Did I just crawl out of bed? No, I've been up for about, what time is it? I don't have my phone. I've been up for about an hour and a half. But I haven't had enough coffee yet, so. But my wife told me last night, she's like, you know what? You should just start streaming as soon as you feel like it in the morning, as soon as you get done with your other work, and just go instead of waiting until like 8 or 9. I was like, you're not wrong. Because a lot of times I just sit here for 2 hours and read Twitter and not do anything. So we're going to be doing an experiment. Yesterday we did pretty good, but I had to take a break in the middle of it because I had to go do a meeting. But she was talking about the fact that I'm starting to have to take a lot more meetings because of projects, and they're all happening at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning. She's like, if you don't want to interrupt your streams, I was like, that's not a bad point. You know, start earlier, get a good 5 hours in on a stream, then go to your meetings, and then come back and do more streaming. I was like, that's, yeah. So we're going to do some experimentation for the next little bit. And we're just going to basically, so the way I do it is I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning usually, unless the cats wake me up earlier. My alarm is for 4. I get up, I get some coffee, and I usually do video editing, and I might record a video, but usually I do my video editing first. And like this morning I pushed out a YouTube short, and I will publish whatever video was scheduled the night before, which in this case was my favorite class video. Then I'll usually then turn around and work on my video editing for my brother's ranch project, because I do the video editing for that, push that video live, and then I'll usually record a video for my channel, like a guide or something. And then after that is when I go and I normally, it just depends. The next couple of hours are usually my time to do what I want with. Watch a show, as an example. So Dune Prophecy starts on Friday, as does Silo Season 2. So like this weekend, I'll need to watch those episodes to get those up on the other channel now. But I think we're going to start doing these. I used to do coffee streams. I called them early morning coffee streams like 3 years ago, where I would do stuff really early in the morning with people. Back when I only had like, 5 viewers. So, we'll see. But I think for the foreseeable future, at least over the weekend, over this rest of this week, I think we're just going to start as soon as I get done with my normal stuff. So I'll probably go live 5:36 every morning instead of waiting until 8 or 9. And then we'll just roll through the day. Today I don't have any meetings until tonight. So today we should be able to get a nice long session in, assuming no internet interruptions. Yeah, Dune Awakening is it's looking interesting. I would tell people that they should probably go play Conan Exiles first to understand what Dune Awakening is going to be. Because I think a lot of people have storyline I think they have, they want cinematic narrative story RPG, and that's not what Funcom makes. And so I'm hoping that we don't have a bunch of people who are on the fence, because it's and I think Conan Exiles is a good game. It looks like Doggy Doo, in my opinion, because it's older, and it definitely doesn't look that great, but the gameplay is fun. I've got a couple of videos. I was doing some Dune Awakening earlier this year on my channel. Oh, hello, who are you? Anyway, what's up, Babylonia? They've showed in a lot of their videos, essentially, and they've talked about in their previews. Like if you've watched any of the Dune Awakening presentations from like Gamescom and stuff, they've talked about how like everything from Conan Exiles is what they're putting into Dune Awakening. So like the scaling of like pretty much any surface, you can climb like every single surface that you want. That's there. It's a crafting survival game, and I think that's going to be the thing that some people might not understand yet, is that it's a survival game first and a RPG second. So like, I don't know, everything they've shown so far to date looks really good. And one of the things I really appreciate about it is what they're doing with the storyline. Because if you've read the books, it doesn't really explain it in the movies so much. But if you've read the books in particular, Paul talks about how his visions show millions of potential futures. And when they dropped the story trailer last year, or I guess it was this year, when Funcom dropped the Dune Awakening story trailer, it showed that essentially what they're doing is they're going into an alternate timeline, right? So if you watch that story trailer they did, Paul talks about how this is a potential future where my father wasn't killed. And I think that's a really interesting thing to play around with, because I think this ties into the conversation we were having yesterday about like the Mass Effect TV show. The only way it's really going to work is if they don't do like a femme shep or a male shep. Like, it needs to be about somebody other than Shepard. And with Dune Awakening, it's not about Paul Atreides, it's not about the Muad'Dib, it's not about any of that. It's about an alternate timeline where the Duke didn't die. And I think that's super interesting. Can I repel those?
That's the last of them.
Morning, Dan. Man, I have got like probably a cat hair. I've got something in my eye that's driving me nuts. For those of you just tuning in this morning, welcome aboard. We're settling in for should have a pretty good stream this morning, assuming no power outages or anything like that. And I'm going to be starting earlier over the next few days rather than starting at like 8 or 9 in the morning. So if you're just tuning in, you're like, wait a second, why are you live like 3 hours earlier than you normally are? I'm just going to go. I'm just going to get up, do my work, and as soon as I'm done with the work I got to get done, we're going to go live. Probably go to about noon, so we'll probably get a good, 7-8 hours in every day, trying to wrap up by the early afternoon. Get a good combo of US and European, Australian, get a good mixture of everybody coming in together. I think Chris is going out to her mom's today, I think.
No one's gonna seize the day for you.
Just so. That one's livelier. Here.
In which case, I'll just be in here playing games all day, apart from keeping an eye on the cats. Chickens should be pretty self-reliant today because they've got plenty of food and water. Oh, I forgot to turn the volume back up for the game, guys. I'm sorry.
And wove the robes kings wore when they were crowned.
My bad. I was recording a video and I
Someone
had
must
the volume
realign her
turned down.
thoracic vertebrae. I
That
hope
should
the
be better.
novices are inspecting the displays.
Seems disrespectful to abandon something you built.
Precisely. No wonder there's been an uptick in hauntings.
Wait, what?
Let's continue.
He just avoids the question.
So what now?
We light candles in remembrance of the dead. Would you care to light the candle, Rook? Look at this. The last tomb of the Tannhausens. A very influential family in the Storm Age.
We broke the bones of dragons.
A posthumous motto. Their last heir met his match against a Highland Ravager.
Death by dragon? I'm surprised there was enough to bury.
Do you know, I never expected that the door we found back in the Vault of the Beloved...
Oh, by the way,
would
guys,
be
we're
here.
gonna watch the
So the Necropolis
here in a little
actually
bit. I'm waiting
shuffles
for
its rooms
more people to
around?
tune in, but
From
once we get
time
the
to
audience a
time.
bit higher, we're gonna take a
Very
break and we're gonna go
unlikely to
watch.
happen while we're inside a
um,
chamber.
Yesterday, the devs from Exodus did a new Founders video over on YouTube. It's about 6 minutes long. Talks a little bit about the character that Matthew McConaughey is playing in the game, as well as some more information about the time travel and time dilation in their project. So, for those of you who are
Could
fans
you
of like
light the
Mass
next
Effect,
candle?
stick around. We're gonna go watch that here in a bit.
Aha! One of my
Because that's gonna be a
favorite
must-play
flowers,
for us next
a
year.
variegated weeping widower.
You know your plants.
Alchemy is my hobby. It's a break from teaching spirit calling and theoretical applied metaphysics.
Right. Just on the side.
This way, Rook.
You were right about the gardens being peaceful.
The Necropolis has its dangers, but these places are a refuge for the dead.
Examining the graves?
You'll need to light these candles as well. Open your hearts to the final day, companion of all the ages. I was pleasantly surprised by your respect for our undead tableau earlier, Rook. I'm beginning to think people outside Navarra find the Necropolis a little unnerving.
Well, veil jumpers appreciate the importance of history.
Distant eerie
The
whispers
spirits
moving
gather.
closer.
Only a few more candles. Follow me.
Emmerich needs some new duds, man. He's looking not so good with that outfit. Chris is up. All I heard was the back door open, and I just heard cats
look
going
here.
meow, 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 meow. She left all the boys outside last night so she could sleep. And they've been crying outside for like 3 hours wanting to come inside. And she told me when my alarm went off, she's like, don't let any of the cats inside. I need to sleep. And she just woke up and let them in, and they're all like, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy.
Hi? Should I say hi?
It's curious.
I've only got
about
one.
you.
I got Pippin inside.
We're
She's
also
sleeping.
enjoying the gardens, but with one last ritual ahead. On your way, my friend.
Spirits really are your specialty.
I've always had a rapport with them. Even as a child, they were my companions.
After you started training here?
After I was orphaned.
Oh,
A collapsed building, swift deaths. After the funeral, the Watchers
Panda
took
Vision
me
says,
in.
make Ren bigger. Well. Full screen Ren for the win.
waking up one day with magic must have felt lucky.
It put me on a brighter path. Oh, I was such a morbid child.
No.
Everything terrified me when I first arrived.
And you still join the Watchers?
They're what saved me. Come, the next set of graves lies ahead.
Yeah, I got banned for saying Veilguard for the win. Did it moderate something you said? Hang on, I gotta go check now. Oh no, okay, you're good. I thought you were being serious for a minute that
Please,
it
light
moderated
the
you or
next candles,
something.
if you would.
It moderated somebody yesterday for saying something about Monster Hunter, and I was like,
There's
what?
much to recommend
What
about
did
the
it?
rhythm of a ceremony.
I don't know what it
eases our
caught
worst
in
hours.
their phrase.
As a boy, the Watcher's rituals
It
were
probably there was
exactly
probably
what
a
I
word
needed
that
to
I have
steady
in
my
there that was
days with
somewhere
purpose.
in the middle of a
And some
word.
death magic?
I mean, the
Well, every
moderator
young
tools
mage
work.
needs a speciality.
Oh, on YouTube it did something? I'm gonna go look now to see if there's a comment that got held.
All this pageantry, this magnificent gloom and its rites. I ask you,
We had to
Rook,
crack down.
what is it for?
Oh, on another
gotta be the
channel.
living,
I thought you
right?
meant on my channel,
Yes,
Panda. I was like,
exactly,
I promise I'm not
exactly.
banning anything
This
related
place
to
is an
Veilguard.
abundance of history, of magic, of memories.
You got banned
The
on
Watchers,
someone else's
preservatives
Twitch
of the living,
for
may
saying
draw
Veilguard
comfort
for the
from
win.
those who've
Oh
gone
my
before.
goodness, that's sad. Somebody pushing that rage bait so hard that they're gonna ban someone for saying Veilguard for the win. That's sad.
We must get to the candle, please, Manfred.
You told Harding that Manfred used to be a wisp until you gave him a body.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly, Transcend.
He's
That is sad
taken
as fuck.
so well to it, haven't you, Manfred? Here are the last candles you'll need to light. Once you're ready, we'll need to ring the bell.
Ring-a-ding-daddy-doll.
Let the
Yes?
rites be acknowledged. Our bonds seen and sealed. We honor the listening spirits.
Hail from the abyss.
We witness, good watcher, faith kept in all our paths.
What was,
The Necropolis hosts many spirits. We thank these guardians for their protection and friendship. We'll need to ring the bell once more to close out the departing ceremony.
Okay.
so you were really afraid of this place as a child?
It wasn't the Necropolis itself, but what was draped around it. Have you ever been frightened by the thought of dying, Rook?
Hasn't everyone from time to time?
When I was younger, it happened more often than that.
You know, I'm not afraid of dying, but you know what started to like
That's
weigh
when I
on me
discovered
recently?
I possess
Because
a
I am getting
great
older. I'm not old. but,
terror.
you know, I
of dying.
recognize that I'm halfway through.
It goes beyond dread.
And the idea of death does not
Can't
frighten
be
me.
reasoned with.
Like,
or soothed
as long as I
over.
get to go peacefully, that's really all I care about. Like, I don't want to go in some horrible way, like drowning or something.
It comes without
Um,
warning.
I'm gonna try to avoid that if I can. But what
In the dead of
terrifies me is the idea of growing
Sunlit
old
streets.
alone. So I don't have
A
kids.
roar.
Chris and I do not have children.
Strangling fear.
And,
struck
you know, especially
somewhere
in Latin American cultures,
deep
we actually had a
past
great
us.
discussion about this, Chris and I, the other day, because I was like, we were just
That's
discussing,
an
'cause
issue for a
in the
necromancer.
United States, and maybe even to some degree in Canada
Oddly, I
and the UK,
discovered I
people just
wasn't
shove you
alone.
in an old folks' home.
I debated
Whereas in
this
Latin
fear with
America, the
friends.
family
I
takes
argued
care of
with
you even
teachers.
until you're dead.
Yet,
So usually grandma, grandpa,
It
whatever, they live in a
lingered.
they'll live in like the back room of the house, and they're there until they die. Like the family stays together over,
Manfred's
there's
right.
usually multiple generations
That's
living in the
maudlin
same house.
enough.
We don't have kids.
There are struggles, but a watcher should
And
always
Chris told me,
find
don't worry about
peace
it, my
amongst
family
the
will take
graves.
care of you, you know, no matter
what
what.
sort
And I
of
was like,
host
that's
would
a
I
really
be if we
comforting
didn't
thing,
end
because
with some
I don't
light
have that family
refreshment?
bond in the United States, and the United States does not, they don't celebrate family in the same way. It's very much, once you're 18, get the fuck out of my house, and you're not coming back. Even when you're old and gray and you're dying, we're going to stick you in a home. Morbid, but so I had this like nightmare the other day of like being a really old man, like barely able to see, because I've seen this at the grocery store, and like trying to count out my pennies like from my pension to like pay for my groceries, and like barely able to stand with like a walker, and like not able to see to count. And I was asking the cashier, "Can you please help me, son? I can't. How much is this?" And then like in my the dream ended, and I woke up, and the residual thoughts in my head were, how do I then get home? Because I'm too old to drive, and I didn't have anybody in the dream. So did I take a taxi back to, how did I get back to my abode? Like, and then that got me thinking about the difficulties for old people who don't have kids, and they're all alone, and they're 80 years old, and they're basically crippled and blind, and you know, uh, how they don't, you know, how do you bathe yourself? How do you, like, that was what got me. Like, not the thought of death, it was the thought of growing old and being decrepit. And then this morning I wake up and I'm flipping through TikTok, and like there was a clip of, like, I think the movie is called Capone, with why am I blanking on his name? He's the British actor who I really like, who played Bane in the Batman movies. Anyway, there's a clip of him in the movie playing Capone as he's lost his mind and everything, and he just wakes up in the morning and his wife's there, and she pulls the sheets off, and he's like curled up in a ball, and he's like shit the bed, and he's like so old and gone that he doesn't care. And I was just like, ew, that's what I don't want. Like, that is what terrifies me. Not the thought of death, but the thought of like being old and decrepit and unable to like take care of
Well, if
yourself.
Manfred's excited, how can
Um,
I refuse?
and not having anyone to like take care of you when you're old. That's a terrifying thought.
Cheers, Manfred.
Just Dan says, can confirm for Canada, stuff you in an old folks home and drain every penny you've ever saved. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Bubble Lady says a lot of parents and grandparents here in the States have earned that treatment, in my opinion. Oh, they definitely have. We have, no lie, all three of us, my brother, myself, and my sister, have already, like, my parents have earned no old age benefits from us whatsoever. Especially because they attempted to create fighting amongst us over inheritance shit a few years ago, and we all just kind of said, "No, fuck you. We don't want any part of that." But it's like here in Mexico. I remember even when I was in Bulgaria, because I was involved with a Bulgarian for many years, and when I was in Bulgaria, it's very much like Latin America. Eastern Europe is the same, like as Latin America. Like, there was 3 generations living in a house. The great grandmother was like 102 in the basement. She had a little room. She had a little wood stove, a little television. She couldn't hardly walk. They would help her take a bath once a day, and they would take her food down to her room. But she just sat in a room and watched TV and listened to the radio and just kind of laid in bed. She's 102. There's nothing else she can really do. And they just take care of her and until she's gone, and that's the way it is here. When you're older, you just stay in the house and they take care of you. But we also there are horrible parents here, obviously, but it's a different cultural, you know, if they're bad parents, yeah, nobody takes care of them. But if they're good parents, they stay with the family. Where is this quest? Not to get all morbid on you guys first thing in the morning. That's a different... Bubble says, my oldest had a BFF in high school who was kicked out of the house 4 months before graduation because they turned 18. My responsibility to you is over. Yeah, that's fucked up. Panda says, don't think it's morbid, it's life. And then Bubble says, well, technically you're in the Necropolis. Morbid kind of goes with the territory. Yeah, you're not wrong. I thought I had another quest here. I guess we don't have the quest to go talk to the... I thought Emmerich had a quest to go to the mansion. I guess that's later. Yeah, I was kicked out at like 15 and a half, Transcend. My parents didn't even wait till I was 18. And it was funny because so my dad has a younger brother who's my age. So I have an uncle who's like a year older than me. And he was 16 and a half at the time that I got kicked out. And so my grandparents, my mom's mom and dad, I went to stay with them for about 2 weeks. And then I'll never forget this. I was staying with staying downstairs in the basement. Basically, I was sleeping on a concrete slab with a sleeping bag in my grandparents' house. And I was there not even 2 weeks, and my grandmother, my mom's dad, literally took me aside, brought me upstairs with my grandfather, and they gave me a speech about how we're just so sorry, honey.
Just composing a few letters.
We're not in a place in our lives where we're
watchers
willing
have
to
been
raise
most
another
interested in our
teenager. You're
adventures.
going to have to find a place to go. And it was like, well, I guess So at 15 and a half, I had to go find a place to live and pay rent, and that was fun. My grandparents who were like, we're just not in a position to take care of another teenager.
I'm fine. Completely absorbed in our venture.
But these are the same people. Like my dad learned from them. Like they kicked my uncle out when he was 14. The story I was told was that they kicked my uncle out in the 70s when he was 14, or I guess it maybe would have been in the 60s. He was 14 when they kicked my uncle out, and he hitchhiked his way across the United States. He literally went from California to the East Coast, hitchhiking at 14 years of age during the late 60s, early 70s, whatever. And that was what he was raised with, was you kick them out if they're not going to listen to you. If you can't control your kids, if they're not going to fall under your rod. And it was spare the rod, spoil the child. So if the rod wasn't working, just get them out. Just boot them out.
Can people just ask you to show up for some corpse whispering?
Oh, nothing official.
But when he says I ran away
There
and
are
joined
very
the
few of
circus.
us, but we help here and there, questioning a victim of murder, clearing up disputed wills, and sometimes.
Yeah, Transcend.
fetching
I can
back
confirm that like my
last
mom
words from a loved one.
has definitely felt bad about it over the years, and she has tried to make amends, but it's like every time she tries to make amends, yeah. But it is what it is.
You didn't stop teaching.
Like I said, I
just to
love
be
them from
with
a
us,
distance,
did
you know. They're my parents, so I just say,
long
you know,
overdue for a
I
sabbatical.
love you for the first
Besides,
10 or 12
do
years
you
you
know
gave me
how
that
many
were really
students
good,
the faculty
and then
wanted
after
in
that
my
you were
class next
assholes,
season?
so,
10.
you know,
How's
I
one
can
meant to
appreciate
tailor
the first 10 or
separate
12
lessons
years.
for 10 pupils at a time?
Because they weren't
Honestly.
bad parents when I was younger. They did some stupid shit, but
You
they
can
were
get
also, I
anything
recognize the fact
out
that
of
my
the
parents
dead
were
and they just
17 and
let you
16 when they got
leave
pregnant
Navarra?
with me.
My gift
They were
has
fucking babies. They didn't have
limitations.
any right
The
having a
dead
kid.
only know what they did in life.
Are you kidding me? They were
What
still
was
kids
clear Under the
themselves.
sun is sometimes blurred when I revive them.
They didn't know what the fuck
Makes
they
sense.
were doing.
Honestly, some conversations aren't worth the trouble. Death encourages obstinacy.
Good to chat. I'll let you get back to your letter.
Before you go, I wanted to thank you for your company in the Memorial Gardens. There's another ceremony I have to perform there. If you'd like to visit again. Not yet, but soon.
Sounds good.
But yeah, the
Sometimes
thought
I
of
miss
old
home,
folks'
too.
homes too is
Look,
like they're
I'm
so
not-
expensive.
Well,
Um,
perhaps a little.
and I feel like the
You'll
whole
cheer up once
system
we
is
look at
set
some
up to
graves,
just
I bet.
completely
The
drain
ceremony
every
shall be
last cent
most
you have.
centering.
I don't
I'll
want
let
him in
you
here
know
right
when
now,
it's
Chris. He's
time.
being a monster. Frodo, come here. No, he still wants to play. That's why he's underneath the bed. I think Tash had a quest. Yeah. I could also remember like my grandmother, so my mom's mom was a great grandparent. There were issues. My mom's mom, my grandmother was a she had a lot of men in her life. The longest marriage she had was to my mom's dad, and she had 3 kids with him, my mom and her 2 sisters. But outside of that, my grandmother had like 20 boyfriends. The guy that we considered our actual grandfather, because she was divorced by the time I was older, and there was a man she was married to for like 15, 20 years that she called her true love, and that was the guy that we knew as our grandfather growing up, and he was a really nice guy. But my grandmother took me in. That grandmother took me when I was in my early 20s, and I remember I was living with her. I had gone to stay with her because the guy we had called grandfather had died of a heart attack, and she was in a bad place. And then I had just had some congestive lung failure issues, so I was in a bad place. So we both lived together for like a year, and I was 22 at the time. And I remember the struggle she had financially, because the cost of a funeral, just like the basic cost to put someone in the ground for the guy we called Paw, was something like $9,000, and this is back in like 2002, so that's probably like 15 grand now. Just the basic costs of like the logistical costs to put someone in the ground was like not, whatever it was. And I'm like thinking about this today. I was like, why can't you just, there's laws against it, but I was like, why can't I just stick you in the backyard? Like dig a tomb and, dig a grave and put you in the backyard. There are laws against that for sanitation reasons. But like it was such a financial burden on her. And I remember she was stressing at the time because she was 62, I think, when that happened. And she was drawing pension or Social Security. I forget I think it was Social Security. She was starting to draw Social Security. And it was like $1,200 a month was what she was getting. But when he died, she found out that he had like $30,000 of credit card debt that he had hid from her because he had been helping one of his kids from his previous marriage. He had been helping one of his kids who was a drug addict and stuff. Hang on. Anyway, she found out that there was like $30,000 worth of credit card debt and all this other stuff, and she was only getting like $1,200 a month from Social Security. And what happened, Chris? Yeah, good morning. Uh-huh. I know. Good morning. You scared me. At the time, she had a bunch of horses and all this stuff, and she couldn't handle it on her own. She was 62, all by herself. She was losing her mind because the person she loved had died of a heart attack right in front of her in the middle of the night. And all of a sudden, she had all these bills and everything else. And I remember all the family was coming together. We had an intervention. We had an intervention for my grandmother to like, Grandma, you need to sell your horses. You need to downgrade everything because she had like 30 not joking either. She had like 30 dogs, had like 9 horses, and she was grieving and all this other stuff. And one of the discussions that came up was like, can anyone afford to take care of her? And it was like, no one can afford, because everybody was, in a different financial state. And the discussion of a home came up for her, and she wasn't like mentally ill or anything. It was just like she was old enough that she needed someone to help her, like mow the yard and take care of the animals and all these other things, and she wasn't able to do all of these things because she was getting older. And the cost of a home was discussed at the time, and it was just, I remember it being some astronomical figure that was several $1,000s per month to like the cost of caretaking in a home. And the whole family was just like, that's how are we going to pay for that? Like, she doesn't have the money to pay for that. Like, her Social Security doesn't even pay for like a third of that. And then even if she were to start drawing her pension, even between the pension and her Social Security, it's like not even going to cover, like, it's like going to cover 2/3 of the cost of sticking her into an old folks home. Like, how do you cope with that when you're getting older, It is set up to just drain you and
Hey,
take that
glad
money.
you stopped by. I was gonna grab
Sucks.
drinks with the Lords of Fortune at the Hilt. Come along if you want. Get to know the Lords.
Sounds good.
Well, that's good to know, Transcend. I would say, my dad has softened a little bit in his old age, but not a ton. A little bit, but not a lot. Bubbly says, funny how different people can be. My grandfather died when mom was 8, and grandma never dated and remarried, though she lived for another 60 years. Yeah, I don't think... I don't think I would ever look for another person, to be honest with you. If not to be morbid, but like if something were to happen to Chris, I would not look for anybody else. I would literally just be like, hey bro, I'm gonna park a camper on your property, and I'm just gonna make sure I've got an internet connection, and I'm just gonna live in the camper until I'm dead. Like, I don't have the mental energy to think about like integrating into modern society and talking to people or trying to find someone that I'm compatible with or anything like that. Like, I have no desire to do any of that. I would happily die an old grumpy hermit. Like, no desire to put myself through that.
Free tactical sheet with any purchase worth at least 50 gold. Hey, punch an on Tom for me.
Punching on Tom for me. I think I just got some goodies. For Tash. Yeah, I got a... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Like, I don't have a problem with like having friends, but the idea of trying to pursue a romantic relationship past the age of 50, it just doesn't, it's not something I want. I don't have the energy for that. Are you kidding me? Like it was hard.
I
It's
saw
hard
the
to find
Hyverl
somebody that
flying
you
by with my own eyes, big as the
are
sky,
compatible
and
with,
ready for the lords
and then
to
having
come
to
be
try to
heroes.
learn
We take it
someone's
down,
like
and the
a new
village nearby
person's
will eat
do's
like
and don'ts
kings and
and
love us for it.
nuances.
It had
Dating.
bright red
Ugh,
and
fuck
blue
that.
scales. They'll be worth a
I would
fortune,
literally become the
even
old man who
beyond the
just
horde.
That's not
pays for
Hyvernal.
ladies of
You
the
saw
night when I
Colton's
have
on.
the needs.
And she's acting normal.
No
She's
desire
not one
to
of the
date
dragons
ever
blighted
again.
by the gods. Going after her would get us killed for no good reason.
I'm gonna have to side with the Lords of Fortune's resident dragon expert.
You sure you're not just scared, Tosh?
Fight it if you want. Tell us where to send your stuff after it kills you.
Terrace let us send
Oh,
the stuff
sorry,
after it
Cutter.
kills you.
Tosh gets final say. We leave the Coltons on alone.
You think I can't fight a dragon just because I don't breathe fire?
You can't fight a dragon because you
Especially
don't know what
like
you're doing.
dating in like North America, like
Fine.
U.S. and Canada.
You're the expert.
I guess he couldn't handle the heat.
Not like you can, huh?
Oh, it doesn't bother me.
There's rumors of another dragon off to the west. Heard anything, Tosh?
I just want to climb
Yeah.
that braid.
Not sure if it's blighted like the ones that attacked Monroe.
Climb that braid, grab those horns, and
But
hang
it's
on.
killing people
It's
in
gonna be the
villages
ride of your
near
life.
Elfin Forest. They need help.
Well, that's glory.
It's fire breather. They always have lairs with a horde.
And there's gold. Tempted yet?
We might be able to spare the time for a dragon hunt.
Can't wait to see what you find. Now, has Tosh told you about fighting a Gamadon storm rider in the middle of a typhoon?
Best time to catch them.
Oh, it was glorious, Rook.
I just saw the emote, Dan. The vomit emote. Just dating, like, dating. That is literally how I feel. I have no desire to ever date ever again. That's just... I'm done. I'm old and crusty. Actually, let's go back to the lighthouse really quick and see if there's a follow-up with her. There is a follow-up with Davrin.
Okay, that's enough. Quiet now. Fine. Who wants a treat?
Me! I want one.
Well, I don't have any.
Why'd you get my hopes up?
A little white lie to quell the riot.
Are you sure it's little to them? Yeah, Davrin. Where's my treat?
Come on, guys, give me a break. Rook?
What are we all saying?
Well, it isn't be quiet.
Sorry. Oh, it's all I've got.
Wait, you can't just leave me with the...
Good luck with that.
That's awesome. Hey, does that make me an incel If I'm choosing to willfully not ever want to date again, that probably makes me an incel, doesn't it? What is it? What is that phrase? Live long enough to become the thing you ridicule. I think this is the definition, like somebody who willingly is it willingly or is it just someone who's incapable of finding someone else? I forget what the direct terminology is. Oh, I think there is a technical definition of it, Transcend. I'm gonna go Google this really quick. I think it has something to do with being willfully or unwilling. Hang on. There is a technical term for it. A member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually. Typically, they are associated with views that are hostile towards women and men who are sexually active. It's a portmanteau of involuntarily celibate. So I would not be an incel if I willingly chose to just not put myself into the dating pool. So if I'm willingly choosing to not do it, that's different because they're just the difference is the technical definition is they are unable to attract sexual partners. It has nothing to do with me being incapable. It has to do with being unwilling to put myself out in the dating pool if something were to ever happen, God forbid. Are we fighting? We are fighting.
Were nice. May and the rest.
We have our moments.
They talked about gender stuff. And I didn't get all of it, but it helped. So, thanks.
Dweller, corruption seeps in.
Another revenant.
The ever nearest gnaw the roots. Their teeth, his regrets. Destroy what rises.
We'll see if we can.
They talked about gender stuff, and I didn't get all of it, but it helped. So, thanks.
Anytime.
Oh, are you awake now, honey? Hi. Do you want to come say hi to everybody? You hearing your brothers and sisters outside playing in the kitchen? You want to go out? You've been sleeping all morning with Daddy. You want to go? Oh, you are wanting to go out. Now you're talking? No, that's exactly that, Transcend. But it's a good conversation to have because I don't I don't have any desire to. There's a good I think it's the trying to remember the name of the show. The Mayans MC. So it's the second show that Kurt Sutter did in the Motorcycle Club show. So first was Sons of Anarchy, and then they did Mayans MC. And the dad in that show keeps the mother's ashes in a jar, and like every morning he goes and has coffee with the ashes of his dead wife and talks to her. And some people look at that and they're like, "Oh, that's pathetic." And I look at that and go, that's literally me. Like, I would be sitting with my wife having coffee in the morning just like we did for 30 years and talking to her about the things that are going on, and it doesn't matter that she's not there anymore because she's still there for me, like in my heart. That to me is like what I would envision old age like if my wife were to pass before me. I just have no desire to like go back out there. Just why? Like, I have a great thing. There's nothing that's ever going to replace this. Someone else might be able to patch a void, like fill a void, like patch a hole, but it's not going to be the same thing. I got to let a cat out. I'll be right back. Get some more coffee too. All right. Chris is outside right now, like stressing because she's going to visit her mom today, so she's trying to do all the things so that I don't have to do anything. And I just told her, I was like, just relax. I'm totally capable of doing chores. I don't want you to have to do anything while I'm not here. I love my wife. That right there is why I don't ever want to have to put myself into the dating pool, because I know I'm never going to find somebody who is as selfless and caring as Chris is. That woman, everything she does, and is a completely selfless individual. Like, I'm capable of doing chores. I don't want you to have to worry about doing chores while I'm not here. Who does that? Especially if you're looking at, you know, all these people who are like, do you make enough money? How much money do you make? What kind of car do you drive? Do you make $500,000 a year? Oh, you play video games. Why aren't you paying attention to me? Me. Fuck that. I just need to find me a Manfred in my life is what I need.
Here comes trouble.
Oh, hey guys, don't walk into that waterfall. There's nothing behind it. Well, technically there's something behind it, but they totally trick you with that big old pit that's right there. I could get one of Elon Musk's robots.
Another of those blooded fade tears.
Did you guys see?
But we know how to handle them.
Did you guys see Stephen King's tweet where he called Elon Musk Trump's first lady? Oh my god, I died. Stephen King is the king of trolling.
Did your gods give you that throne? Get up and fight.
Alright, now we can target the big boy. Nope, hang on.
All set.
Here it comes.
Shit, I think I did it in the wrong place. Just keep him right here. Keep him right here.
I'm ready. Let's go. I got the setup. You do the rest.
And it's taking the Fade Tear apart.
In darkness long lamented.
Ready.
Got it covered.
That should weaken it.
Gen X for the win. I can get behind that.
tear closed. Another revenant destroyed.
That's why I'm not
Another
playing on
essence
adventure
gained.
mode right now,
That
Than.
makes 3 essences.
I was
We
super
should start
challenged
looking for
as a
somewhere to
rogue.
use them.
I definitely did not feel like the game was easy. Like, the rogue was super challenging. I had to bump
This'll
it down
open
on
the
a couple
way.
of the champion fights because I died like 3 or 4 times, and I was like, I'm done. I don't want to die anymore. Let me just beat the fight. This time around, I was playing it on the second to easiest difficulty, and I just went ahead and turned it all the way down yesterday because I am on a limited time to try to get through this second playthrough before I hit Stalker 2. So I'm just trying to go at this point. I just want to see all the things I didn't see the first time. I want to get Tasha's romance. I want to clear all the side content that I didn't see. This is sort of like my completionist journey. I've already done the difficult fights the first time around on my 76-hour playthrough, so I'm happy to just sort of be on cruise control right now and just hang out with cool people in the chat and have fun. Bubblenis says maybe it's because we're all aging rockers. I've read that rock and metal fans are just happier in general. You know what? I wonder if that has something to do with, like, you know, we get all of it out of our system through music. Maybe there's something to that, you know. Could be confirmation bias. You're not wrong. I'm definitely not trying this dragon because I know it's level 50, so.
There. That must be why the revenants were raised. To keep that door sealed. Time to see what the gods are hiding in there.
No, it's not time to see what the gods are hiding in there. Than says, I was watching Jackdaw talking about the endings, and there's one where you fight Solus and can have everyone killed, and even Jackdaw was like, what's the point in that kind of an ending? Yeah, I don't, yeah. I would never choose that ending. Bubbliness says, love Jackdaw. Alright, these are all quests that are higher level. I can do this quest. Yeah, they definitely know, like, there are some people out there who just love the lore of Dragon Age. I definitely enjoy the game, but I'm not like a lore junkie for this particular universe. Like, I've been very open about the fact that I prefer Mass Effect, personally. Like, because I've never gone out, like, I've not watched the animated Dragon Age show. I've never read any of the comic books or the novel adaptations or any of that stuff. I haven't even done like most of the DLCs. I've just played the base games and had a lot of fun playing them. But even with Mass Effect, I'm not like intimate. You know, I think the only world where I might be somewhat intimate anymore is like maybe Lord of the Rings, and to a lesser degree like Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance, just because I've spent so much time in those worlds since I was, you know, a kid. And there's so many novels out there. Everything else, I play so many games and I watch so many TV shows that it's impossible for me to keep up with any one thing and consider myself an expert, because there's just too much. Like, Transcend says, I live and breathe Elder Scrolls lore. Nice. Transcend. Than says it's okay, Ren is a fantasy flavored Flare. I enjoy Mass Effect a lot. Bubbling, it's okay to be wrong. Don't worry, I'm wrong most days of the week.
What's that sound?
I'm guessing it's not the blight. Got to move.
Where is the...
I'm on it.
The Fallout show was really good, yes. The fuck is that other... Oh, it's all the way over in the corner. I'm gonna have to go over there and get it. Yeah, I think the Fallout show was the great example of how a show can be good and doesn't need to be the exact same as the, like... This goes back to that conversation we were having yesterday about the upcoming Mass Effect show. I don't want it to be about Shepard at all. And like we were talking about with the Halo show, if Halo would have just been a show about the Halo universe with like cameos by Master Chief and stuff, it would have, I think it would have done way better. And the Fallout show I think did a good job because it did fan service by being in the Fallout universe, but it didn't piss any fans off because it wasn't about any of the Fallout like games. You know what I mean?
Gaspin's treasure belongs to the Venatori. Annihilate!
I think other showrunners can learn a lot from that.
Let's go. This cannot be possible.
There is no end to us.
Fire and ice.
Fire and ice, baby.
So they want Lord Gaspin's treasure. But look at this place. Is it really still here?
Everybody good?
What was that?
The Venatori weren't the only ones here.
The manor is supposed to be cursed.
There it is. All right. Yeah, it is early, guys. I'm just gonna be starting early the next few days. We're gonna just keep moving along with this experimental thing. I realize that the majority of my user base ends up tuning in around 10. Like I peak usually around 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning is when I start to peak. And then usually by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon I start to fall off. So I'm just going to start streaming early. We'll have fewer people first thing in the morning, and it'll probably be, we'll probably be down in the 30s and 40s until we hit like 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning. But I'm okay with that. I'm just... I had some great talks with Chris about things, and just gonna start streaming early in the mornings. Oh, I forgot this is about lighting the torches up top. One more we gotta light over here somewhere. I remember I need the wisp up here for something, and I can't remember where I need the wisp at. So. Gosh darn it, he followed me anyway. I don't think I'm ready for you, Mr. Wisp. I don't remember where the wisp door is.
What lies? Anyone else suddenly thinking about...
Acela, something here is playing mind games.
Dude, that's when I enjoy the mornings the most. And it's mostly because for many years, and I still do, I'm not at the moment because I'm on a break for my throat's sake, but my biggest satisfaction for decades is wake-bake work. I like to get up in the morning, have 2 or 3 cups of coffee, have a little bit of Santa's salad first thing, and I just go enjoy myself for 3 to 5 hours somewhere doing something fun and immersing myself in a game world. That's just life, you know, and I've done that for years. Like, Petite says simple life is the best, isn't it? Yes. It's also like, every book I've ever written. Oh, that's where the wisp goes right here. Every book I've ever written as well, by the way, has been written while under the influence. I think it was, can't forget which writer who said it was write while under the influence and edit while not. It was like, and I think that's a great way to look at it, because when you are creatively motivated by various substances, your mind is at its peak creatively, and then you come away from that and you can strip away the stuff that might have been a little too creative and refine it down. Hemingway, I think it was Hemingway who said that. Although he was an alcoholic, so... But still. Same rules apply. I'm not going to do anything out back yet. Yes, always edit sober. Always. The subconscious versus the conscious. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember how to get over here. That was probably not the way.
Here goes nothing.
Different state of mind. I like that's what most people need, is a different state of mind. Just Dan says my wife's nocturnal, so the TV during the day, she's at night. I am more of a, I'm not really a night owl. I like my early mornings. Chris is the night owl. Like, if Chris has the option, she will stay up until like 4 o'clock in the morning and then sleep till like 10. And she loves our animals, but also hates her animals for that fact, because she hasn't been able to have that lifestyle since we moved here to the homestead. Because between the cats and the chickens, you know, there are chores and things. I like the early mornings because no one else is awake. And it's like, so there's that like 4 hours of like super peacefulness where it's like, you know, I can be up and no one else in the house is up. And it's just, you know, peaceful. And this, it's more noticeable in the city than it is in the countryside, because in the countryside it's not really that, there's not really that much of a difference. But in the city in particular, like I could get up in the morning and nobody's up, there's no traffic, there's no smog, there's no sounds, you know, and then as soon as the city starts coming alive, you start hearing the noises of traffic and honking and ambulances and helicopters and ambulances and, you know, all the day-to-day bustlings of a big, you know, however many millions of people live in big cities. It's a little different in the countryside because the only difference, you know, in the daytime and nighttime is there's light, you know. I don't miss the see, this is a trippy thing to talk about, Petite Frog. So I miss the convenience city. I miss good restaurants. I miss theaters. I miss movies. I miss movie theaters. I miss stage theaters. So I miss the cinema. I miss theaters. I miss museums. I miss big parks. I miss having 500 restaurants within 10 minutes of my house where I can go get amazing food. I miss Uber Eats and the delivery to my house. I do miss all of those convenience items, but I don't miss traffic. I don't miss smog. I don't miss noise. And I don't miss people. Like, so that's pros and cons, you know? Because I do love living in the countryside, but I do miss fiber optic internet.
Stay on guard.
I miss Uber Eats and having 500 restaurants. Like, I haven't had feta cheese in 2.5 years. That sucks. Like, and I could, there are ways, Chris and I could go to the city if we wanted to, and like,
research notes.
You know, there's great public transportation available here. I can go down to the bus station, and there's buses that go every 30 minutes. There's a train that's starting to run now. So there's ways for me to get to the city, but I'm just like, it's 2.5 hours away. I'm not going to drive, not even that. It's like 3 hours with traffic. It's like, I'm not going to go 3 hours one way to get feta cheese. Like, it's not that big of a deal to get feta cheese, you know? It's like, you know.
We've got a body. Hasn't been dead long.
Curious creatures, like moths.
Of course, the treasure room was a trap.
Yeah, ours is about 35,000 Dribrom.
That's got it.
So the Venatori wanted treasure. Found a sealed demon.
And we stopped both. So a bad deal for them.
Let's look around.
But technically, ours does not qualify as a city. Like there's not a single fast food place where we live.
Back here?
There's a
It
tiny.
wasn't
There's
enough.
2 small
He
grocery
found a demon,
stores.
or became
There's
the
no
one
liquor
we
store.
met. If the demon was the curse,
I
at
shouldn't
least
say
we
there's no
kept it
liquor
away from
stores. There's
Lavendale.
lots of.
Once we're done, we can let Bastion know.
There's lots of. I wouldn't call them liquor stores because they don't sell liquor. Well, they do sell liquor, but it's all like low quality. Like they're beer stores. So like there's one that's called. Literally, there's one that's called Six. It's a chain called Six, and the reason it's called Six is because of 6-packs. 6 packs of beer. So the chain is called Six, and it sells it just sells beer. And also like they do sell like really low quality like tequila, low quality local alcohols like and stuff. But they don't sell wine. They don't sell whiskey. Like they don't sell any like stuff. And I can't remember. It's not because a liquor store in like the U.S. is a liquor store because they sell lots of different things. And all we have here locally is like these beer stores. And like the grocery store carries some names. Like we were able to get a bottle of Jameson. I can get.
Means they're still alive.
I think they sell Jack Daniels and
you did
a couple of other like.
And the curse
things.
Was it
some
did the blight
$50 whiskeys and
Less
stuff?
the
But
blight and
like
more
anything
like
I
some
want
Venatori.
that's gonna
There was
be
a
like
demon
brand
haunting the
name,
manor.
I'm gonna
We
have to
stopped
go
it.
to the city to get. Like there's no fast food
Well,
here.
we all knew something wasn't right.
There's no chains of any
thank
kind
you.
where we live. It's just
There's
literally
one less evil to
there's a
worry
small
about.
university and a bunch of vet clinics and feed stores because it's like a small cow town. So yeah. I do love the city, and I miss it a lot some days. Alright, I think I've officially cleared all of the side quests that I currently know of. I think there are more if I were to go to these places. Potentially. I don't know, it doesn't say that there's any side... Oh, yep, this says there's a side quest in Treviso. Let's go to Treviso and see what side quests there are. There's 2 side quests.
There's an interesting letter there, Rook.
Adjourn.
Yeah, that's the benefit of living in Europe, Drbrom, is you actually have like things that go back hundreds of years. It's hard to find in like the U.S. or Canada.
Nice market. A lot of good food smells.
All right, guys, we're getting to the point where I'm seeing 35 to 40
I think
people
that art
tuning in.
merchant with
So
the
here in a
information
few
on the
minutes, we're going to go
Ensemble
watch
lives
that
near here.
Exodus video together. So stick around. We will go do that shortly.
I've been trapped by...
Hello? Are you all right? Done.
I'll unlock the door. Come in, please. My My saviors, welcome!
Viago said you had information on the Antom. Are they after you?
They barricaded me in and said I would starve unless I handed over the contents of my gallery. Lately, they've been taking paintings, sculptures, all sorts of treasures. And to think I overheard someone in the market yesterday bragging about dealing with the atrocious brutes. The market master might know more about what those dreadful Antam are up to.
This is a George Takei moment. Oh my. Hello.
I'm in your debt.
Oh
Please
my.
look around.
Oh baby, I'm gonna look around for sure. I'd do a lot more than look around if you'd let me.
I hope dear Viago can make next week's exhibition.
Ooh. Time to investigate some stolen art. I should probably check this merchant.
Wellness grows from the inside out. Everyone knows that beans are healthy, but what they don't know is that you need to mix your beans.
Mixing beans is good. She's giving good advice.
All right. We should talk to the market master if we want to learn why Antom are stealing pieces of art.
Menú completo. Unos frijoles con salchichas. Ay, ay, ay. Con chiles, ajo, cebolla, plantain, unos tomates. ¿Qué onda? ¿Va a traerla o vas a traer? Ah, okay. I'll be right back, everybody. My pancakes are ready. I gotta go get my plate prepared, and I'll be back in a moment. All right, banana pancakes with a couple of sunny side up, farm fresh fertilized eggs, like the Liver King says. All right, Let's talk to this dude. Let me finish my breakfast, and we're gonna watch that that Exodus video, guys.
Hello? This might sound strange, but I was told you might know about Antam stealing paintings.
It's bad for business. And somebody here knows something. Everyone notices the master of the market. But you, stay hidden. Listen near the stalls. You might learn something about our Antam art collectors.
Let's listen carefully around the market. Don't want to scare anyone off.
Busy as anything? No help to be found anywhere.
The Antam have scared people off, but the crows are after him. You'll see.
How's business?
Can't complain.
The elven way to greet people is Andaran Artishan. It's such a pretty language.
But I mean, Antam, I didn't think they went in for things like fancy paintings.
I wouldn't know anything about... Well, that would explain the Antam who came by not an hour ago. They took my best sculpts without paying.
Huh. Right here?
Oh, yes. I did hear they've been piling up stolen goods in a camp in the Drowned district.
We're missing a piece of the picture with the Antam.
That merchant said they're stockpiling stolen art at a camp in the Drowned district. Let's start there.
Nev does indeed have some awesome hats, Panda Tech. Petite says, like we say, bon appetit. Thank you. In Spanish, we say, buen provecho. Let me get a, yeah, Petite Frog says, if I'm not mistaken, Exodus is produced by an old dev writer that worked on Mass Effect. It's a sci-fi RPG. Oh yes, it's a big upcoming sci-fi RPG by people who worked on Mass Effect and other games. Yes, and they did a new dev diary yesterday. It's about 6 minutes long. We're gonna go watch it together, do a quick reaction video to it. So let me get everything prepped first. I gotta get this up and ready. Alright, this needs to be maximized. I gotta find a right place to start with a thumbnail. Alright, here we go. Let me timestamp this. Alright, so we're going to take a brief little reprieve from the morning's Dragon Age stream to go watch this Q&A that dropped yesterday with the founders. They call it the founders. Technically, it's the founders of the company, but they also call everybody else who's joining the company to follow along the game's development called Founders, but it's this game called Exodus. I've covered it a couple of times here on the channel. They've been doing these dev diary videos from time to time. This is the latest of the dev diary videos that came out yesterday. So this is the November 2024 Founders Q&A, talking about the game and some stuff. So let's take a peek at this. If you didn't know what this was, this is an upcoming game from Archetype Entertainment, who is founded by, it's backed by Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, and this is a bunch of the old Mass Effect people.
I don't think the Awakened count is small, but I really do love the Awakened. But I'm a really big fan of the Silicates Daemons. I think they're really cool.
I like Lifestone. It's super cool. Like, if you've read the book, you're familiar with it. It's a little bit different in the game, but we still do some cool things with it and are going to give the player a lot of opportunity to leverage that as a tool in their player kit to help their progression and their journey.
That's important to note. So one of the things they've done is they just released a novel set in the same universe. So if you're someone who appreciates lore, this is a lore-heavy game. They do talk a little bit about the book in this video, and the book is essentially set in the same universe, but it's taking place in a different part of the world than the game is taking part in. So they kind of get like two different takes on what's happening within the universe. And if you missed the presentation, this was announced at the Game Awards this past December. And essentially it's a time travel, time dilation RPG, science fiction RPG, by a lot of the people who worked on Mass Effect and other games. Matthew McConaughey plays a big part in it. He was the person who announced the game on stage. And the joke was, you know, I've had some experience with time dilation in the past because of the Inception game, and he plays a big part in this game. If you have not been following their YouTube channel, they've been dropping snippets of lore and little videos on different characters and races and beings and creatures in the world, and Matthew McConaughey is narrating those videos as a character called C.C. Felton. And they're going to talk about that character a little bit later in this video. But just to give you a little bit of a background for those of you who might not know what this game is all about, it's a science fiction RPG that deals with time dilation. I did a reaction video last week or maybe the week before. They have a story trailer out which talks about kind of what this game is going to be about. So I would say go watch that if you haven't already taken a peek. Taken a peek? Peeked at?
All your missions are going to include choices that have impact, but not all of them are going to be directly due to time dilation. There's a big story in Exodus, and you're going to be making choices throughout the entire game, of course. Maybe one of the coolest aspects of it is that some of your
Did I say
CC
Felton? I meant CC Orlev. CC
like
Felton is a community member.
When you have to decide which companion...
My bad. Thank you, Transcend.
Can I share this?
No.
No? Okay, well, there's going to be some cool choices that have cascading effect in the game, and the ones where time dilation is in play, yeah, those are the most significant in the game and likely to have the largest ramifications in your story. All the choices you make are going to affect your progression as a character and how you develop as the traveler.
That's
your
hilarious.
choices are also going to have an impact on your homeworld and the
we
people
do
that
have
you
a
care about.
community
The wrong
member,
choice can change
CC
your relationship
Felton.
in ways you may not anticipate.
And my brain went to
or
that
maybe
person.
that was the right choice for you. Ultimately, it's your game, and we want to give you those choices to do those things.
So essentially, they're just confirming that you're going to have lots of choices. I don't pay attention to developers too much when they talk about, like, choices are going to matter. Choices are impactful, because every video game I have ever played since the dawn of my existence has had choices that impact the storyline in some way, shape, or form. The problem is when people hype it up in their minds that, oh, this game is going to be one of the games that's going to have the most impactful decisions of all time. And it's just every game has this. Every game talks about it. It's not a big deal. It just means that there's going to be variation in gameplay based on the decisions you make. And you can have multiple playthroughs where you get different outcomes or different conversations, different whatever based on those conversations. It's nothing to get all excited about. How does the story of the game relate to the one in the book?
Yeah, so
the book just came out.
The star system where the video game takes place is pretty close to the Crown Celestial Worlds of Peter Hamilton's novel. It's not in the Crown Dominion, and the humans there aren't dominated by the Crown Dominion Celestials. In fact, the human world is ruled over by humans. It's so that immediately makes it very different because it gives it different themes. Because, you don't have that ever-present, all-powerful celestial civilization over top of you. I like the fact that our universe allows for you to explore different themes and different kinds of stories and everything else. It's like Peter was able to tell his story and we were able to tell our story, but we also share a lot of stuff. The Crown Dominion Celestials are the main Celestials you're going to interact with in the video game. A lot of the changelings and awakens that you see in Peter's book show up. And in fact, the main character of the book, Finn, also shares some stuff with the main character in the video game.
Which is a cool way to do it. One of the things that I wish more games did this. I wish more games had tie-in novels. I think that's a really cool way to do things. Defiance was one of the most interesting projects I've ever paid attention to because I loved the science fiction show. The game was cool and everything else, but I really enjoyed the Sci-Fi Channel show that they did around that world and that universe, and then having that tie into the video game. I thought that was a cool concept. Not every game has novels and tie-ins. Some do comic books. More and more, it's becoming more frequent to see big franchises, whether it's Cyberpunk 2077 or with their Edge Runners, or The Witcher show with the Witcher video games and books, or things like Arcane tying into the League of Legends world. More and more we're starting to see, bigger companies spending the money to have overarching media that ties into whatever the main product is, whether it's a video game or a book series or something, and I'm really happy to see more creative people doing creative things. When are we getting the first gameplay trailer is what's asked.
Thanks for your excitement. I knew we'd hear this question. We actually hear this a lot from our marketing team that we need to be showing gameplay soon. And we know you want to see more of what's going on there. We're eager to share it. The team has been working heads down for a while. Things are coming together really nicely with the game. It's fun, and I can say that coming not just from me, but from our external testing partners. They've been playing the game and telling us how much fun they're having with it. Unfortunately, I don't have a specific date yet for our next gameplay reveal, but a date does exist, so stay tuned.
The level of personality that a character might have in a role-playing game is really dependent upon the kind of role-playing game, and it kind of goes on a scale. On one end, you have like massive multiplayer games or Skyrim, where you really can imagine yourself or your character or your avatar as almost anything you want.
A few years.
On the other side of the spectrum, you have like Final Fantasy or
they've been working on it a few years.
Games where your character's name and gender and everything is decided for you in personality. So at BioWare, we had two kind of different types of franchises. One was the Dragon Age, and one was the Mass Effect. And Dragon Age, we allowed more character customizability. It was more important because Dragon Age was kind of like a spiritual successor to the Baldur's Gate franchise, and that was important. Mass Effect was more authorial in how the personality was developed, as in, the developers gave Shepard more of a personality. With our game, we are leaning more towards the BioWare science fiction game. You're still going to be able to obviously make choices with a lot of cinematics and where you're fully voiced. We want to have lots of drama. That's hard to do if you don't have a personality. Anyways.
So essentially what they're telling you right there is that it's going to be a Shepard-like story. You're going to have you're going to have a character that you play, which already has a defined personality. You will be making choices along that character's journey, but that character's personality is already predefined. So the same people who cried about how Dragon Age Veilguard didn't allow them to be evil are going to cry about this game because they're not going to be allowed to make evil choices, because you're going to be on a predefined path with a personality that's already been defined by the developers, because you're on a story arc that they define. You will be able to make choices along that way, but you're going to be going on an arc that they have already determined for you. So I can already hear the people out there in the background. It's not going to be a true RPG then. Due to time dilation, will weapons and equipment be obsolete by the time you return?
Yeah, in Exodus, your weapons don't become obsolete as you journey through the game, but you do progress.
I don't know that you're going to be able to choose gender transcend, because the character of June is a male, as I understand it. Because if you've seen the previous cinematics, there are two characters in the cinematic. Now, I could be mistaken on that. I could be mistaken. They might be allowing you to, because if you watch the gameplay trailer, the literal gameplay trailer, the story trailer says that the female that you see in all the storylines, she was the one lost to time, and I believe you're playing the male character who is rescuing her from time or doing something. I believe you're going to be the male protagonist. I don't think that that's going to be, I don't know that you're going to be able to choose gender in this one. I can't confirm that, but I would say based on my understanding of what they've shown so far of the lore is that you're going to be a male protagonist. The female is part of the story, but she gets separated because of the time dilation. And like the story trailer that they showed off, which we reacted to a couple weeks ago, she's being like memorialized, is that the word? Like in a museum. And then the male character shows up and everyone's like, whoa, where did you come from? You know, because he's time dilating. And yeah, and then he's like, yeah, it makes more sense if you've watched the story trailer.
With them along the timeline that you follow. And time is a factor in everything that you do with your weapons as well. You'll see years and decades go by, especially on the Exodus missions that you journey out on. And technology plays a factor there, obviously, and it evolves with you over time. On these journeys, you're seeking out remnants that are critical to your pursuit in saving humanity, but you also have the choice when you get back home to decide how you want to use those remnants and harvest them. And we think that's a really cool thing because some of them are going to affect different parts of your player experience, but also your civilization in the game. But they can be used to help make your technology personally better too in a cool way that we think players will be excited about.
Because you're a traveler going and getting incredibly powerful artifacts that are far beyond your civilization all the time, those aren't going to go out of style because they're just so much better than anything that your world is going to have. It's going to take hundreds of years, maybe thousands, for your world to catch up to some of those civilizations.
CC Orlev, this is the character that Matthew McConaughey is
There's
playing.
a little-known actor who's playing CC Orlev. His name's Matthew McConaughey, and he's obviously going to be a major character in the video game. We're not really revealing anything at this moment, but in the Maruyama video, at the very end, he makes that strange sign-off, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and that's a clue. Anyways.
We're making a third-person action-adventure game. That's
Third person confirmed.
Is it still your favorite perspective, James?
Mine is real-time strategy, but that genre is dead. Just kidding, it's not totally dead, but it's kind of like, it's not as big as it used to be.
Well, with third person, we hope that's what you all wanted to hear.
Yes.
We're listening to your comments and your questions, so keep sharing them with us on the Archetype Entertainment social channels. We don't say this enough, but we appreciate all your comments, all the things that you send to us. Thank you for your support and your feedback.
That's weird. The video froze. I don't know what's up with that. We plan to share more in December, so stay tuned. If I had to guess, because they did the announcement of the game, like the official announcement about the game was the Game Awards show last December. Matthew McConaughey came on stage and they announced this game. Maybe it was announced before that, now that I'm thinking back, because I feel like I've been signed up to their newsletter for a lot longer than that. Anyway. They did their big reveal of the trailer and everything in December. I think that's what it was. So it sounds like they're probably going to be doing something at the Game Awards show again this year. So again, there's a novel out around this. I know some of you in chat have not seen anything about this game. So let's go really quick, just so that you can have a little more awareness of this. Let's go over to their. Let's go watch the game trailer. Extended story trailer. Let's watch this together. This is the extended story trailer, which we have watched before, but for those of you who haven't seen this yet, this will give you a little more insight into what this game is going to be about.
She was not only brilliant, but courageous.
This is why I think you're playing
To
a
save
male,
her planet,
because they're
she
talking
was
about how
willing to sacrifice everything.
she is immortalized.
Travel to the stars. As a frontier world, we were barely hanging on. Desperate, we tried digging up our past to find the key to our future.
Max, we need to head back. There's too much interference.
Hold on. I'm getting a reading. I can't...
Max!
No! What?
she found that day was a miracle. It would be our salvation. And she used that ship to explore the far-flung corners of the galaxy. A traveler on the hunt for celestial treasure.
Careful, Max.
The data structure is incredibly dense. This is it.
So as far as I understand it, you're playing him.
Tom, stay down.
I could be wrong, and they might give you a choice which one of those characters you're playing at character creation. But based on this story trailer,
to bring back artifacts to put us on the path to scientific breakthroughs. She risked everything, time and again. But despite her bravery, eventually her luck could run out. Lucky for us, she made it home safely. While she was alive, she was too humble to speak of her adventures. But at least we, her descendants, can honor her memory. Thank you all for visiting the museum today, and safe travels tomorrow. Hey, that's off limits.
She was always charging headfirst into the darkness. I was always one step behind.
this all makes it sound like you're playing his character.
The Celestials hunted us down. I knew they'd keep chasing us until they ripped our ship apart.
Come on!
But they could just be making the trailer from one point of view to give a coherent storyline, and then when you start the game you can choose which traveler you're playing. That could legitimately be what they're shooting for. The femme shep versus male shep scenario.
So, I led them away from this world. Away from her. We both knew the cost of using the gates. When you travel at light speed, time slows to a crawl. It was only days for me, but an entire lifetime passed for her. And in the chaos of those final moments, we never said goodbye.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt there's going to be epic cinematics for sure. This is exactly the type of game that I love to play. Cinematic storytelling.
No, come with me! Wait! Please! Tom! I love you.
God damn, don't make me tear up first thing in the morning, guys.
Thank you.
Anyway, guys, that is Exodus, and I'm definitely playing that. I have no idea if this is going to be a 2025 release or a 2026 release. It feels like they're definitely making steady progress. Obviously, we're going to get more information in December, so in another month we should know more about this game. I would bet they're going to be doing some sort of an extended gameplay reveal around Christmas time or around the Game Awards show, if I had to guess. I don't know if they're far enough along to announce a release date yet. So I don't have this pinned in for 2025, but if it does show up in 2025, you can bet your ass I'm going to be playing this game. And I have been covering it for the past few months, going through the founders Q&A and stuff. So as they continue to produce, like this one just dropped yesterday, the founder Q&A that we watched at the beginning. So I'll be continuing to cover this game. So if you are excited about this, just stick around, because I'll definitely be covering this and playing it as well. We're going to be continuing the stream right now, but for those of you watching this after the fact, as it's clipped out for YouTube, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Daily streams on YouTube and Twitch, so you get to watch where you prefer, and I usually start in the mornings, so just stick around. Get up, hang out with coffee, all those good things. There's like a parade going on outside. I can hear a bunch of drums and trumpets and stuff. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. All right, let me take my plate back to the kitchen, and then we will continue. Yeah, it looks pretty awesome, Tila. I'm excited. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
We're close to that camp where the Antom took that merchant's stolen skull.
There's a plan.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
I fix problems.
let's look around for that stolen art or any sign of what the Antom are doing with it.
Yeah, it could be that the video game, that the trailer is only showing us like, because you can't show off multiple POVs in a game trailer. Like it has to be one.
Nothing
so
here.
It could very well be that that's just what they're showing us in the game trailer to give us a coherent storyline. And once you get in, you have the option to play as either or. Because it sounds like you might be playing through the story of how they got to where they were at the beginning of the game. So like going through time and figuring out. So you might be playing as either or. Maybe making a choice, and the other one is your companion, based on the choices you make when you're playing the game. I have no clue. Based on the story trailer, it makes it look like you're playing as the male character because he's the one who shows up in the trailer saying, "Oh, Max, lost in time. I gotta go save her," etc. But that could just be for the story trailer.
I don't see anything
no way
that merchant in the market was talking about.
No way of
No
knowing.
stolen art.
I've got a hunch we should check with him again.
Back to the artiste. Oh, there's a side quest over there I need to grab. Let me go grab that before I turn in. Welcome aboard. Thanks for following along.
A journal about seeing Venatori in Crow meeting spots.
Yeah, it makes sense if they're following BioWare's footsteps to make either or a companion, because then you can have the male ship, female ship scenario.
I've got goods from all over.
I've got goods from all over. Tell the inventory to watch for people sniffing about. I don't want to jeopardize our arrangement with the Antam. I'll meet you at the camp.
That merchant who said the Antom stole his artwork? He's with the Venatori. I'll bet he caught us listening in.
So he sent us off on a chase. Should have seen it coming.
The note said the Antom are trading the art to Venatori collectors in exchange. Okay, we're close to the camp where Antom are trading with the Venatori for magical components.
Let's go make a ruckus!
It's no sneak from the market.
He said you won't follow Venator.
Just kill them.
All right, let's find out what the Antom and the Venatori are actually doing here.
Oh, this is gonna lead somewhere else. Looking for goodies. Wow. Missed a couple. Nope. Well, nothing yet. How do I get up top here? Do not be so afraid of magic. We must throw up the superstitions which yoked us into the coon. More power, more displacement, a heat like dragon's fire. But it is not ready. I have gone for burn salve. The Venatori and I will soon find the correct mixtures.
This note is about Gatlock, that Kunari blasting powder. The Antom are using magical components from the Venatori to make it more explosive. Much more explosive.
Never even heard of them, Dribrum.
What? We gotta stop them. Gatlock's dangerous already.
We have to tell Taya and Viago.
Chris and I keep talking about like redesigning the room, and then we keep coming back to like, we really shouldn't spend the money. We should just save it to buy the next property, because then we can build the ultimate studio at the next property. And so it's like, nah, you're not wrong. Like it's just like, there's stuff we could do to make my current office better, but at the same time, it's like, it's too hot here in the summertime. And I would love, like, it's funny to me because like Carnage said in a video a couple days ago, like, he built a VR gaming room 4 years ago that he's never used, and he's gonna start that gaming room soon. Why does it keep giving me this quest but it doesn't progress?
About seeing Venatori in Crow meeting spots.
Interesting.
Maybe I need to just let
Let's
it
dig
play
around
out.
some more.
Oh, I never stuck around long enough for it to actually trigger the quest. I kept like leaving to go do other things. That's why.
Good news?
The Venatori are helping the Antom make their Gatlock explosives even more powerful.
What?
It's not ready yet. They're still experimenting.
Then we have some time. The Crows will investigate.
We had better. I am sure we'd be among the Antom's first targets.
Alright, greetings from the gallery. Mistress Trella. I would like to meet Mistress Trella on a more casual basis. Yay! Finally got more points for Nev. Probably spend some points here. Yeah, Hardened Dev does not heal. I really only have her in my party because I want to get her to her strong point. I need her to be where she needs to be. And then I'm going to switch over because I really want... I really want Lucanus in my party. Let us find our wayward member and teach them that the Venatori are not so lightly abandoned. Yes, I'm trying to get her to heroic status, and then I'm going to switch over to the other companions.
Something's up with the Crows and Venatori. The journal belongs to a crow named Chance. We'll look for them around the diamond. Maybe they know what this is about. Are you Chance Candide? Found your journal. Couldn't help reading something about Venatori.
Ah, you've become embroiled in our local mystery. If you wish to help, let me shed some light.
Teach us the power of your porn
was
stash,
spotted
sir.
lurking in places where the Crows conduct confidential business.
What can we do?
It would be a great help if you could search near our dead drops in the flooded district. That's where Venatori were last spotted. Please look for any clues as to what our spies are after.
Oh my god. So, you know that Indiana Jones trailer that we watched the other day? It's like 2 days ago, I think Bethesda did the reveal. I'm already starting. Somebody was asking, what is the next thing that the people are going to be. So, you know how there are people who are ranting about the simplicity of the puzzles in this game? So, if you watch the Indiana Jones game, it looks like a lot of the puzzles are revolve around taking items and placing them in different places. Picking up an object, placing it somewhere, picking up an object, placing it on a pedestal. I'm starting to see a bunch of comments from the same people who are just already up in arms about these puzzles look like they're going to be for 5-year-olds. This looks like absolute garbage. The puzzles better not just be placing things on pedestals because that looks like absolute shit. Oh man. Why can't you guys just enjoy video games? Why? Just enjoy video games, please. Please. I just want people to be happy playing games. Hand the babies their Rubik's Cube. Oh, it's so disappointing. I just want to play games and have fun. I need to see you again urgently. I dare not say what it's about. The rest of it's
Wine
an unknown
glasses.
cipher.
Like people were toasting a deal.
Kind of a cherry underscent. I hate fruit scents in wine. Well, besides grapes.
That's besides grapes. Has there ever been a video game that has like I feel like every game I've ever played that has puzzles in it has puzzles that are just like other games that have puzzles in them. I've never played a game that has like...
Is the whole place sinking?
Mimratha's had a sinking problem. Now part of it flies.
I can't think of a single video game that I've ever played that has puzzles as like the forefront of the activities that make it the reason we play the game. They're always just like something we do as a side activity to open doors. I'm really trying to rack my brain right now. Like Nathan Drake, those games where like you look in the journal to get, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing for Indiana Jones, whether you're going to be taking pictures of the environment, and then you're going to be looking in your journal for clues.
And so are the crows. Treviso will be free.
The crows have been setting people free from the Untom's cages.
And then you solve the puzzles, like turn a knob, pull a switch, flip a lever, run around to another room, flip a switch, pull a lever, turn around, run around, flip a switch, pull a lever. Like, that's what puzzles are in every single video game I've ever played. I've yet to hear anybody who complains about quests being, or puzzles being too easy.
And a Venatori.
Like, I have yet to see them ever give me an example of a game that has what they consider to be perfect puzzle design. No one's ever been able to do that. They just throw out complaints, but they don't actually give examples of what they think would be a good type of puzzle. Because I have struggled to come up with in my mind, like, what are the games that people are comparing this to where they think that these other games have such, like, groundbreaking puzzles.
That's our third note by these Crow and Venatori spies. Half of these letters are written in a cipher I can't make out. Let's talk to Chance.
Thaindar says, I think if you make them too hard, it becomes like the Fade in Origins. By the way, that was my least favorite part of that game, was the Fade. I hated the Fade. Did I play The Witness? No, I did not, Dribrom. It does look very similar to Drake's Fortune Babylonia, which for me is a good thing. Like,
Chance? We found notes from the Crow and Venatori spies, but parts of them are in code.
Ah, thank you. This may yet help trace their movements. Give me a while to break the cipher on these letters.
Alright, I have to wait for this quest. I have to wait for this quest. I have to wait for that quest. I have to wait for that quest. I literally only have this quest to do, so let's double check. Alright, let's go back to the lighthouse just to make sure that there's no more companion quests. Bologna says the secret world had puzzle quests that utilized ASG style investigation with equal in-game and out-of-game resources like real-life maps. That sounds intriguing. I don't have any fast travel. We're gonna have to manually go down there. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Tila. I don't play story-based RPGs for their puzzles, if that makes sense. Like, so I guess maybe there's a disconnect between I'm just not understanding what those people claim that they want out of games when they say that the puzzles are too easy and designed for a 5-year-old child. Because, like, I don't want... Like, that's not why I'm playing those games. I'm not there to have, like, my mind melted by some ridiculously complex puzzle where I have to... You know what? And you know what really... the ones that always make me go, ugh, is, like, when they make a riddle.
Come to think of it, we haven't heard anything.
And, you know, the writer who came up with the riddle obviously thought it was some super clever thing, but then they make it some super obscure... Like, the average person is never going to figure it out. Like, and you have to go online and look it up because it's like, ugh.
Watch yourself. Trouble coming.
Skyrim with the answer on the wall next to the puzzle.
I can't believe how many people they executed.
Masked mystery, secrets of the Viper, reliable source.
I never even did the Sphinx in Dragon's Dogma.
And now a dragon.
You know what I remember being really hard puzzles? King's Quest 6.
What could you do anyway?
I remember that game having such hard puzzles that when I would go with my mom to the mall, I would sneak into, like, we would go by Babbage's and I'd be like, hey mom, can we go into Babbage's for 5 minutes or whatever? And I would go in and they would have the game guides in the back. And invariably there would be one of the game guides that was open and out of the plastic, and I would totally open it up and go to the part where I was stuck. Because I'd been stuck for like 2 weeks, and this is pre-internet, so you couldn't go online and look it up. And so I would look for the part that I was stuck on. Like, I remember the Minotaur wall. And remember games used to come with like the in the box there was like a cipher, like a round cipher type key thing, and you would need to like use in-game clues and match up with the like cipher from the box, and if you didn't have the cipher from the box, you were totally fucked. Like, which is why a lot of those games haven't been able to be ported to modern day. Like, sure, games 30 years ago used to have super complex puzzles, but I don't miss that stuff. I don't.
Why did Morrigan want to meet in Minrathous? Isn't she helping the Veil Jumpers in Arlethan?
Indeed. But today we have a guest, and she needed the anonymity that only a city provides.
Well, look who it is.
Yep, I'm looking to be
Good to see you,
entertained, not
Lace.
frustrated. Yes.
Rook, you remember how Varric and I served the Inquisition? Well, this is Inquisitor Llewellyn, the woman who led us all.
How many famous people do you know, Harding? Should I expect the Divine to show up?
She also served in the Inquisition, but we didn't talk much.
Morrigan and Harding have told me about what you've accomplished since taking over for Varric. You've put together an impressive team, and you've got the best chance, maybe the only chance, to stop Elganon and Gillenane.
I won't let you down.
Don't worry about me. Worry about the people you've recruited, and about the people depending on you. I only sealed the breach because I had people like Cassandra, Leliana, and Cullen with me from the start. Without Dorian's magic and Josephine's diplomacy, we never would have come together to stop Corypheus. Years later, I had to disband the Inquisition, but I never lost the friends who had gotten me through it all. Ultimately, they're the only ones you can really count on. Do right by them, and you'll find your way.
We've got the makings of a good team, I think. We'll do our best.
And while you do so, Rook, the Inquisitor will do her best to ensure that the rest of the world remains intact. A daunting prospect, given that most of the South is under siege by Darkspawn.
It's that bad?
If not for the Inquisitor, the South would have collapsed completely. She has not been idle while you assembled your team.
I've been having trouble getting people in authority to listen to us. If you help with some of your political strength...
My political strength? Tevinter hates me. The Venatori helped make sure of that. And while I have a few friends in the Wardens, their leadership hasn't much cared for me since we clashed at Adamant Fortress.
The Inquisitor did not come all this way to leave you with empty words, however. She brought something no one else could.
A wolf statuette? We've found others like it in the crossroads. Where'd you find yours?
I found it right around the time Solus's
just
ritual
Sinlogain at the
when he
just
was pulled
Sinlogain.
into the Fade. We've examined the magic, and
they never
it's
did
tied
say
to
who the
Veil,
default to Divine
to
is.
him,
Yeah.
somehow.
Solus is ancient, and his magic is part of him in a way far beyond that of mortals. I suggest you take it to Crossroads and see if something in the lighthouse calls to it. Perhaps it will yield some insight into your new ally.
I appreciate it. Solus has been helpful while he's trapped in the Fade. But anything that can help me get inside his head will help counter him getting inside mine.
Wisely spoken. Solus rarely lies directly, but he finds ways to weave the truth into a noose you find yourself wearing.
Solus was important to me. If this statuette helps you understand him, if it uncovers something that... Honestly, I don't know. I wish I did. But this feels like a part of him. And whatever he and I once were, I think, I hope, it might help you.
We should go, Inquisitor. The armies in the south need you.
I think the reason for that, Joe, is because those are what's
Pardon?
considered the
Stay
canon
sharp.
characters.
You're my eyes in the north.
And all of
Always,
the other
Inquisitor.
secondary characters are not
Rook,
like canon
Good
characters.
luck. If I come across anything else that can help, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you.
Alright, Harding's got some new points.
We should take a break, head back to the lighthouse for a bit.
Alright, back to the lighthouse, which means we should be about to get a whole new round of side quests from everybody.
Rook, just got word. First Warden's calling everyone back to Weishaupt. Everyone except me, seems like. Guess the First Warden didn't like me joining your team.
Calling Wardens back from all over Thetis is a big step. Did he give any reason why?
Not exactly, but I've heard rumors of a massive darkspawn horde on the move. Even hearing there's an archdemon with them.
How long do we have?
A day, a week? Darkspawn are charging through the deep roads. Makes it hard to get an accurate idea of where they are. Rook, if the gods have an archdemon, Warden lore says archdemons only show up during a blight. Doesn't say anything about elven gods. Seems like the rules have changed, and we're going in blind. We need to know what we're up against.
I'll talk to Solus. See if he knows anything about any of this. Make sure the others are ready to move.
Your canon Dorian would never wear his hair in a mullet. Yeah, Joe, I think they did a good job for sure. You know, giving everybody options without ruining anybody's specific canon. Well, let's just say that reasonable players. Because there are definitely some unreasonable people who are like, no, they didn't do this certain way. But I think for the most part, they've done an exceptional job at paying homage to the previous games without ruining.
The fires are lit.
Hassan, give him a scritch.
Hi there, boy.
Wait, who has the... Oh, it's Harding. I'm starting to get a mullet right now. Haven't had a haircut in...
Any luck tracking down your mystery friend?
I think the last time I cut my
The
hair was
Shaper
March.
didn't like me asking about Shaper Valta. Or harassing people with talk of dwarven magic.
Wish we had time to head down there and show them what you can do.
I don't think that would have helped.
But think how satisfying it would be.
Yeah. What's satisfying about being thrown in a Deep Roads prison? Orzammar takes its heritage very seriously.
So what now?
I was thinking, the voice said look to those closest to the stone. What if she never meant Orzammar?
Huh?
There is another great Tig, the original capital of the dwarves, Kal Shirak. It was lost during the first blight, and its people survived in isolation for hundreds of years. They re-emerged, some 20 years ago?
And you think they're closer to the stone?
Orzammar can't help. What have I got to lose?
How do we get in touch with these Kal Shirak dwarves?
Already working on it. You don't spend 10 years in the Inquisition without making contacts. I should have a meeting set up by the time we're ready to leave.
They seem way cooler than Orzammar dwarves because they're like stone dwarves. They're like more in tune with the actual stone. Orzammar dwarves are all wrapped up in their royalty and politics. Alright, we need Harding. Who else do I want to bring along? Let's bring... Yeah, I'll keep... Let's bring Balara. No, I don't want to bring Balara. Let's bring Tash.
Thanks for coming, Rook. I hope the Kal Shirak dwarves have some answers.
I remember when I first came in here during my first playthrough, I just think that these deep roads look so cool. Much cooler than the first deep roads. Like, this is when I get into the visual element of games where I just don't agree that older games look better. I just don't. Like, graphics get better with time. We have better shaders, we have better lighting, we have better everything. Better sound effects, like the sound of those rocks falling from the ceiling and chunking onto the ground. The lyrium just glows in a way that you couldn't do with the shaders and rendering from 20 years ago.
Watch yourself. Trouble coming. Didn't even know what hit him. Nice, Rook.
Time to take the Vader down to the next floor.
I'm supposed to meet someone named Stalard. He told me to come here. He seemed nice in his message.
Tone of voice can get lost in a letter. Just saying.
So you don't actually know who or what this Stalard is?
A new friend, I hope. We're supposed to meet Stalard here.
Wait, are we being attacked? I wasn't paying
Good
attention.
inquisiting.
Ah!
Making the rest of us look bad, Rook. That has to be Stalard. You got it.
What's in the box, man? What's in the box? Serpent's tail. No, that's fine.
Stalard?
Yes.
Lace Harding, of the Inquisition.
Wait, how do you know about...
And this is the one called Rook? A Kunari gold hunter from Renfail.
So you've heard of us?
You have brought a strange assortment to our gates, Lace Harding.
Thanks for meeting with us. I really hope you can help Harding.
You are gracious in your address. It is not necessary. Tell me what you wish.
Yeah, fuck the diplomacy.
I'm looking for someone touched by the ancients. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, she has been waiting for you. Follow and keep your weapons ready. The roads are dark. The creatures there even more so. You are staring.
What? No.
You want to know if you can see the corruption you hear we can?
Sorry. I shouldn't have.
Have you seen my chisel?
Sorry, dwarves. I'm like totally gonna like destroy your home and like loot all your shit.
The tiny one that's pointed. Have you ever spoken to the Altar?
In the sanctum.
All right. Oh no!
A person will do almost anything to survive. That is what my people did. Become like the Darkspawn. or be destroyed by them.
Not much of a choice.
I spent a year in hospital.
Okay.
It gave me an appreciation for home. The food up here.
Goodies up here. Codex power is always going to be important. Other stuff, yeah, I mean, collectibles are good, but for golden glory, Joe, exactly. Oh, into the void again. Oh, come on, why can't I make that jump? I swear there's colliders in place that don't want to let you make that. Don't want to let you make that jump.
What do you mean you're like the Darkspawn?
Kal Sharok was abandoned to its fate many generations ago. When the Darkspawn
Wardens will be welcome here once the outpost is reestablished.
Some by their own hand, and some found another way. Atuva Galtas Atot. The stone is colder than death, as they say.
Stone is colder than death. By the way, this has been giving me some really good... So, I already have, in the book series that I just finished up with my brother, we have one group of dwarves who exists in the books that you meet, and then we have another group of dwarves that were lost to time, that are mentioned in passing, but we never actually meet them in the book. But I've already had the subculture developed behind the scenes, because they are still alive, just no one knows they're still alive. And I like that concept as it plays out here. Because this secondary group of dwarves who were separate from Argmar. I wish, of course, that we could have gotten more of a chance to explore them in this game, opposed to them just be here. Because they're just here as a backdrop to part of the story. I suppose this is where I need to make that video trashing BioWare for not having taken the time to give us that full, separate, Deep Roads dwarf experience, because a real RPG company would have allowed us to play a 60-hour story set just in this secondary Deep Roads. They didn't do it, so rah. In the original, yeah, it was considered overrun, and like Hardy said, it was just found out about. She says literally, I think she says about 20 years ago we discovered that wasn't the case.
Blight. It grows too quickly these days. And it feels different.
You can feel the blight?
Many from Kal Sharok can, somewhat. Long story. The corruption here has its root elsewhere. Destroy it, and this growth will become vulnerable.
Okay. Destroy the source of the blight growths? We can do that.
God here.
I'm on it.
There's an elevator which we'll use later. I almost fell into the drink.
Lift is stuck. Looks like a rock wedged in the mechanism.
I might be able to help with that. Of course.
Oh no, it's a puzzle that a 5-year-old could have figured out. It wants us to go that way, so let's ignore that way for now. What's over here? God, that noise, that sound effect is really wicked. It's like a haunting, like, horn sound in the background. Yes, I'll take it. God, the music is creepy in here. It's like blight tentacles everywhere. Ugh. Be right back. Alright. I didn't realize what time it was. I thought it was much later, and I kind of forgot that I started streaming at like 5:30 this morning. It's like 8:15 in the morning. I was thinking it was like 11 o'clock. That's a trip, man. We got a long day ahead of us. Chris is heading out, so she's just finished up with her shower and everything, and she's going to her mom's today. So I've got a full day of nothing but me and the cats. In other words, I'm going to be streaming like most of the day today. I might take a nap in here somewhere, but otherwise I think we're just going to go all day. Than says, I'm keen and able to stick around. It's midnight and I have tomorrow off. Nice. Well, I'd say anybody tuning in for right now,
this way.
if you're just now tuning in, we're 3 hours in. And we got a long road ahead of us, so stick around. We got a long day today. Joe says, the concepts of the puzzles are simple. In the beginning, as they teach you them, they are simple, but later they do become more complicated. But that actually requires you to play the game. But tis Joe coming in with a nice burn for the win. You would actually have to play the game to know that the puzzles get more complex beyond the tutorials. Ha ha ha. Dude, I gotta put that down. Hang on. Hang on. That's a brilliant starting point for a video, Joe. We're gonna riff off of that right now really quick, guys. That'll be a nice reverse rage bait video that's gonna go out later today on YouTube. You actually have to play the game to know the puzzles are hard. That's a good. I feel like that's true of like most of the concepts of this game. So in the early stages of the game, yes, the puzzles are extremely simple. Because it's a tutorial. Also, in the early stages of the game, the character dialogue can feel somewhat simplified, especially with a character like Balara, because they're teaching you the characters. They're getting your team assembled. The stakes aren't really that high when you don't know the characters because they're just characters. They're not actually people that you have an emotional relationship with. They are exactly the thing, and they are setting the scene. So the stakes aren't very high in the beginning. The dialogue is simplistic in the beginning. The puzzles are simplistic in the beginning because it's onboarding new players who have never played this franchise before, who might not have ever played an RPG before, who might not have ever played an action RPG before. Interestingly enough, I had a meeting yesterday for one of these projects I'm involved with, and the specific conversation in that meeting was, how does our new player experience feel? And they were looking at specifically the first hour of the game. How does the first hour of the game feel to a player who is a veteran of this type of video game? And how do you think it feels for someone who might not be a veteran of the video game? Who might not have never played a game before. So companies are very much looking at things from the perspective of how do we get new players in who have never played this style of game before, and how do we onboard them? It is vitally important that that onboarding process is as simple as possible because you need to get players in and into the game within the first hour. So it needs to be as basic as it can. So the puzzles are very simplistic in the early stages of this game. They do get more complex as you go deeper on. One of the examples I would get, and I think if Dribrom is still up here, I think he said this the other day, there's a quest you get in Renfail, which relates to finding some Grey Warden. Like there's essentially there are 3 switches that you have to toggle to open up this treasure room. Those 3 switches are hidden in various places. 2 of the switches are relatively easy to find, but they do require that you've progressed the game a little bit because you need certain characters to unlock certain areas of the game. So you know how like here we've been running around and we've been using Harding to like move stone around. Well, Tash has some abilities where she can like melt things and etc. And you need both of those characters to get to at least one of the switches that you need to unlock the Warden treasure in that zone. I think Dribrom said it took him like 20 minutes the first time he did. It was like 20-30 minutes for me as well to figure out that puzzle the first time. Because the first switch is really easy. The second switch is a little harder. And then the third switch isn't about finding a switch at all. It's about finding these gravestones. Like, maybe not gravestones, I think it's actually skeletons. I think you have to find these skeletons that have like glowy butterflies around them, but you have to find them in a specific order, and then you have to follow the ghosts from one skeleton to the next skeleton to the next skeleton until finally the ghost will lead you to a secret wall which unlocks this area where you can find the switch. That is a perfect example of a more complex puzzle that you find later on in the game. But if you haven't actually played the game beyond the first 2 hours because you only played the first hour and a half and then you refunded the game on Steam and went out and made your review because this game sucks, I didn't like it, it was too simplistic, this is written by a 7-year-old. If you did that and you didn't play more than the first hour and a half of the game, of course you're going to think that there's not actually any complexity to the stuff. Yeah, exactly, Than. The people who are like, it's not my Dragon Age. Like, I would argue that this is not a puzzle game in the first place, so the puzzles are never going to be like groundbreaking, earth-shattering, best puzzles designed since Einstein wrote the theory of relativity, nor do they need to be, because this is a story-based, narrative-driven action RPG. So the principal component to this game is the story and the relationships between the companions. But I think the companions are also a good example of something that is very simple in the beginning, because you don't know them. There's no emotional connections to them. Like Harding, when you meet, Harding's right behind me somewhere. Oh, these two characters are perfect. These are the two story characters that actually brought me to tears when I was watching their playthroughs in my first playthrough of the game. Harding, and this is total spoiler territory, but I'm on my second playthrough, so tough shit. Harding's character, when you first meet her, she cannot move stone around. So you would never know that there are puzzles that need to be solved using her stone abilities. If you only played the first hour and a half of the game, you would never know that Harding is required to do certain puzzles in the game. In addition, Tasha's character can't do the fire thing with her puzzles until you actually get her in the party and actively play her as a character. If you never progress the character, if you never played the game, you don't find her in the first hour and a half of gameplay. She doesn't come along until, I want to say it's like 10 or 15 hours into the game before you ever even get to Tash. She's one of the last two characters you get, her and Emmerich. So you can't even access the puzzle areas in the game until you've actually put 10 or 15 hours into the game, because you don't even get Tash's character until that point. And then what about the puzzles in the game that require you to use Harding's ability with Emmerich's ability, with Nev's ability, with Tash's ability to unlock these various areas of the zone to get to in order to unlock certain things. And also Lucanus, his demon's ability to pull things out of the shade and like create the additional platforms that you're required to use to like jump from one side to the other to get to that secret box over there, or to find the lever that you need to click to drop down the ladder over here. Like, all of that requires you to have actually gone out there, played the game, gathered the companions, and in the case of like Harding as an example, gotten them to the point where they can use their special abilities in the first place. So there's definitely something to think about in terms of the people who say that the puzzles are written by a 5-year-old and there's no complexity to them, or that there's no depth to any of the characters, or that the writing sounds like it's written by a 5-year-old. The early stages of the game need to be simple to onboard new players. Now, if you're a veteran RPG player, oh yeah, it definitely is simplistic. 100%. The early 10 hours of this game feel like you're on training wheels, if that makes sense. Because I'm an MMORPG veteran, I'm an RPG veteran, I'm a shooter veteran. Like, I've been playing games for 35 years. Like, I'm a veteran of games. So the early stages of this game absolutely felt like they were on training wheels. That's okay, because we're learning new things, we're meeting new characters. And for someone like my wife, who has never played any of the previous games before, this is the perfect entry point into this franchise, and it's a perfect learning experience of how to play an RPG. How do I do the combat? How do I do puzzles? And I think that's something that's gotten lost in the conversation with a lot of the veteran players who, again, went into it with expectations of this is going to be a super hard, complex. Because if you remember back in the day, like, Dragon Age Origins didn't have as much of a hand-holding experience. And the reason for that is because that was made 15 years ago, 20 years ago, if you want to go back to the design table, back before game companies were creating easy-to-follow new player experiences. Because back in the day, the only people that played video games were video game nerds. Now, video game is a mass market enterprise, and you have people who never played games before coming in and playing games for the first time. And that's a completely different demographic, and it's a completely different marketing approach to how games are built, marketed, and played, because you have to factor in that you have new people coming in who have never played a video game before. Whereas 15, 20 years ago, game companies were going, And you know what? The only people playing these games are the people who have already played games. We don't need to do any hand-holding because the only people who are playing these games are people who already know what they need to be doing. So it's a game design philosophy shift. And this is why I always come back to the benefit that I have is having spent over a decade in game development and game design. I do like to think that allows me a little bit of wisdom. And I'm always going to traditionally look at it from the perspective of the game developer as opposed to the average gamer, especially when you're looking at the veteran gamers. Than says, even with character development, like Balara is very fangirly and scatterbrained, but once you get the time, you learn about their traumatic backstory and how she doesn't know how to handle her feelings. She doesn't know how to honor that story. What do I do? The weight of that. How do I serve that? And that's absolutely true. I think all of the characters have these massive arcs. Like, Harding has to come to grips with her newfound power. What does that mean? Well, that story gets super deep because it gets into the origin of the dwarves and the war with the Titans and the creation of the Fade and Solus and Mithril and the elves and what the elven gods did. You're never going to know that if you've only played the first hour of the game or the first 2 hours of the game, because you don't find out Harding's story until much later. Tasha's character is another good example of a character who, in the beginning, you may hear she's just a dragon hunter. Well, that dragon hunter storyline becomes much more complex because of the emotional journey that she's going to go on of self-identity with her mom and transitioning from a she into a they them and realizing that they are not who everyone else wants them to be. You're never going to see that journey or know anything about that journey in the first hour and a half to 2 hours of gameplay. Bubbaloni, I think a good compromise is to do what Star Wars Outlaws did, which is if you don't want to deal with those tutorials at all, turn them off. Like, I think Star Wars Outlaws had a great... they just said, if you don't like puzzles, if you don't like hacking, if you don't like... just turn it off. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Like, it's there for the people who want it, but if you don't want to do it, you just turn it off. Like, ignore it. Like, if you don't need it, ignore it. Like, I think it's good that game companies provide lots of options. So I think that's definitely something that maybe BioWare could patch in a later patch as a quality of life thing. Is just maybe the ability to just turn the tutorial bits completely off somehow, or to turn off like puzzle components. I don't know if that's something they could work into their design, but that was a good conversation point, Joe. Thandar says, actually, I remember Thor talking about the game show and how they left controllers and keyboards on the show floor for new players to check out. And some, oh, I remember, I saw that YouTube short. How some, or his TikTok actually, how some of the newer players, he said some of the players knew how to use the keyboards, but none of them knew how to use controllers because these days everything is touchscreen, and more often than not they had to show the younger audience even how to use a remote control because everything they did has been touchscreen, so they don't even know how to like use a controller or a mouse and keyboard. It's a legit thing, and those people are playing games, and you have to factor in like how do we introduce those players into a game while also satisfying our hardcore audience who has played games before.
Trouble coming our way.
I don't think I can get up anywhere here. Ah, yes we can.
Heard ya.
it to me.
Oh, actually, I probably didn't want to have that one being pulled in.
Got it.
Oh, I bet I had to pull it in though to get the blight.
Oof. Something's watching us. Something not friendly.
Let them watch. It's kind of kinky when they watch. Ah.
Right.
Of course I missed. I unmodded it. Twitch is like, no, you're not allowed to use the word kinky in a sentence.
Everybody good?
Yeah, Bobolini, because even Tash in the beginning, Tash is a very intolerant character when she first starts off, and she becomes more tolerant as she goes deeper into her storyline as well. But yeah, it's a sadness of, like, not no one, but there are many people who are going to miss that journey entirely because they are already closed-minded against what they think is the reason for that story. Hang on, it was glowing red a minute ago and now it's not. What's up with that? Well, maybe it's just the lighting. No, it's definitely pulsating red. Then we get out here and it's back to like orange. No. It pulsated again. What the heck, man? Oh, that's because we gotta... Never mind. I remember. We gotta go back. I mean, it kind of does point me in that other direction, but sometimes it gives you multiple directions to choose from for a reason. Uh-oh.
Wait, did anyone else see that?
Yeah, totally saw it.
I thought I saw someone.
Someone? Down here?
Maybe it was just a shadow.
Jump scares.
Ah. Ready.
Go, Hardy.
Go, Hardy. It's your birthday. Go, Hardy. Use your stone skill.
You did it, Tosh.
It's like every mom ever. It's like you're going to summer camp, and it's like, I don't want to go to summer camp. Like, don't care. You live in my house, my rules. You're going to summer camp. And then you go to summer camp and you end up making some cool friends. Maybe you go on a journey of self-discovery at summer camp. You never know. Might get your first boyfriend, girlfriend at summer camp. Then you come home and you're like, man, summer camp was actually kind of cool. Of course, rarely, and it does happen, but you could also come back from summer camp and be like, that was the worst experience of my life. I was bullied the whole time. Excuse me. Choking on my own words, man. I think I need a healthy beverage. Yeah, you might miss out on a bunch of great D&D. Whoa!
Let's destroy this blight and get out of here. Think we can get through the door now?
I think we can.
Let's go check with Stalard.
Damn right I'm enjoying Veilguard. So much so that we're doing a second playthrough. I almost decided to try out the first Stalker game before I play Stalker 2, but I went and watched the Xbox port. There was a guy who covered the Xbox port, and it's way too dated for me to want to go back and try. So I can watch the story that someone else has played, so a little bit understand what's going on. Oh, look at that beautiful shirt. Come here. You have to show off your beautiful shirt, because you're the ugly paid actress troll that I'm married to, and her beautiful braid. This is the Tash braid. You know how I talk about how I like to just climb the braid and have some fun? Okay. Y aquí también. Are you leaving right now? Give me 2 seconds, guys. Oh, well, come get me when you're on your way out the door. She'll forget. I'll have to sneak out of the office here in a second. Totally got thwapped for that one.
You did good work. The blight growths have weakened.
So, we can keep going?
Yes. Come.
Oh, I'm gonna have the house to myself.
And show respect when you enter the sanctum.
Yes, of course. But who are we meeting?
I will let her speak for herself. But we of Kalsharok revere her deeply for being one with the storm.
Time to party down with my cats. Mommy's gone. Gotta break out the booze and...
No blight. No darkspawn.
This person
Pull an
I'm going to
all-nighter?
see, I think she's
I am
keeping
not
the
pulling
blight
an
away
all-nighter,
somehow.
kids. We are gonna pull an all-dayer though, I think.
The song.
Booze and
Did
catnip.
you hear it? Coming from all around us.
We're gonna be here all day playing Veilguard. Rage baiting the haters.
I'd love to look around more. Do you think Stalard would mind?
I think he'd be fine with it.
You can't take my butt away. Alright, let's get up around the corner, and then I do need to duck out and help her out the door. Because there's going to be a big bad boss fight that happens once we go up those stairs, and I don't want to get involved in that as she's heading out. Alright, I'll be right back, everybody. All right. Chris is out the door. I am home alone. It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning. This is the best part about starting early, guys. The day is yet young. We have a long road ahead of us. We're only 3.5 hours into the stream. We're going all day today. Unless I get tired, in which case I'll take a nap and then we'll come back for more. Now, this fight was horrific, and I died twice
But I
on my
don't
first
see
playthrough.
anyone.
But I'm on easy mode this time, so I anticipate this will be an easy fight on this time around. I'm not here for difficulty this time. I'm just here for the story.
Here, Stalard. They call me the Oracle.
That's incredible.
Yes, she is.
I know you. Don't I?
Yes, you do.
Once I was Valta, as you lace, then Scout, and now something else.
All this. Is this what I am? Am I like you?
I cannot tell you what you are. Look within and remember. Remember when the earth was alive and the Titans walked the land. In one voice they sang a chorus of creation and of connection.
Isatuno. The song.
You're never going to get this story if you only played the first hour of the game.
Melody was already lost.
But the writing is childish.
The dwarves.
We were always just shattered fragments of a greater whole.
The stone sense. My magic.
But bioware
It's Titan magic.
shitty writing. Dragon Age the Veilguard has shitty writing.
Why did this happen? Why do I remember Isatuno? What happened to the Titans?
There is something else here. It's found you.
Hang on. Hold that thought. We're gonna do this fight, but we're gonna have a conversation as soon as we wrap up this fight, because there's more story, and this is a great part to talk about how reversing it on the haters. Dragon Age Veilguard has horrible writing and it has nothing to do with the original Dragon Age games, and this doesn't have anything to do with the story of Thedas or Dragon Age. This is all about the lore of the dwarves and why they don't have dreams and what happened to them and the Titans, their forebears. Oh my god, is the Harding story so badass. Let's wreck this guy and then we'll have the rest of that conversation.
I didn't do anything!
Oh, I missed it. You know what, buddy?
Deep stalkers. That construct probably riled up the wildlife.
Watch the teeth!
You're terrifying, Hush.
That's definitely easier on easy mode. Holy crap, I died like twice when I did that fight on the normal adventure mode. Exactly, Thandar. Like, my scaly butt, it doesn't connect back. Exactly. This is the perfect example of a storyline that arcs back all the way to the first Dragon Age game and the deep roads and everything about dwarves.
Did you feel it? Fury. Such fury. And with you as its mark.
Me? But why?
Yes. Why? Why? This is storytelling. This is writing.
Good question. Harding hasn't done anything bad, right?
There are horrors in the depths. They have awakened to you now. Look within for your answers, and beware.
No, wait! I have more questions!
Huh. She does that. Riddles, riddles, riddles. Oh, I'm a rock.
Those weren't answers. She gave me nothing. Come back.
Look at the eyes.
Make
Did you
her
see
come
that?
back.
Harding.
Ugh. It's all right. I'm all right. Sorry. We're done. Let's just get out of here.
Now, there should be an immediate follow-up to this back at the lighthouse, I think. Let's go double check that. But the point I want to make here, because you don't get the full story unless we, play the game out and play Harding's story through to its completion. Okay, it's going to do the follow-up immediately.
Hey.
Perfect.
You've had a lot to deal with lately. Rock magic, the Oracle.
We barely learned anything. And why was I attacked? This was supposed to be a good thing.
One small hurdle doesn't erase what's good about this.
I just wish I knew what to do.
No matter what, we'll make sure you're safe.
How?
We watch out for you and prepare for a fight.
You think it'll be a fight?
When is it not?
Maybe there's nothing to do now, but wait and see. I'm grateful for all your encouragement. This would be so much harder without your support.
Anytime, Harding. Anytime.
Harding left the Oracle Sanctum disappointed.
This is important.
Maybe she'd expected too much. Maybe there were no answers to be had. Seething with questions, she forgot the Oracle's dire warning. But far below the surface, something was moving. Determined to be seen, and fighting to be remembered.
Now, the whole arc for Harding ties into the lore of the dwarves and their forebears, the Titans, and why dwarves can't dream. And this ties into that whole Morrigan conversation, but also the memory stones that we get of the wolf statues and listening back to Solas's memory of how, the elven gods, in order to win the war against the Titans, they stole the Titans' dreams, which created the blight, right? And then that caused dwarves to no longer have dreams. That's why dwarves can't dream, because they're Titans in little form. And this all ties back into the dwarves and elven lore of this whole game. And whenever as I was watching in my first playthrough, seeing all the Harding story unfold, every single time I see someone who says that this game has horrible writing, right, they use their own blood, they use the Titan's blood to create physical form. Like, there's all this stuff, like, in the lore of the creation of the dwarves and elves. And if you sit there and say the Dragon Age Veilguard has bad writing, and that it doesn't tie back to the original the first three Dragon Age games, you literally don't know what you're talking about. This is exceptionally good writing, and this is, like, from a top level down, high level storytelling. It's part of world building, creating epic story arcs. Now, are there individual moments in the game where the writing is lower quality, like especially in the early hours of the game? Sure. This goes back to the early hours of the game. Harding is much more simplistic. Bellara is much more simplistic. We don't learn about Bellara's brother until much deeper into Bellara's storyline. So, in order to even get to this part of the game, in order to even understand the whole arc that Harding has, and the story of the dwarves and the Titans and the elves and the formation of the blight and the formation of the Fade and all this other stuff, you have to actually play the game. you actually have to go through the storyline. And if you've only played the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the game, and then you refunded it on Steam to leave a nasty review because the writing sucks, that's on you. That is a you problem. That's like looking from the outside in from a restaurant and saying, I think that that burger looks like it tastes nasty, so I'm going to say that that burger tastes nasty, even if I've never actually taken a bite of that burger in the first place. Like, you actually have to go in and sit down and eat the burger. Maybe your first bite, you don't like their seasoning, you don't like the flavor, but you know, you eat the first bite because someone of it's going, what if it's a poisoned burger and I take one bite and I get sick? That's what happened here. Gave me food poisoning. People will always find ways to excuse they'll cherry pick the data to find whatever they want to support their point of view. It's like wine tasting cordial and being disappointed, sure. Or like claiming that bourbon is as good as single malt. We should have a whole bunch of new quests to go do. We definitely could unlock some of the wolf statues. Oh, you know what else I haven't done? I think these are the two that are supposed to line up. Yep.
There must be two more.
And I saw Stalard on his stream do the other ones, which I didn't even find my first time through, which unlocked the other entrance inside, so I'm going to have to figure out how to do that one. That's the one I'm doing right now, Joe, is the music room portal. I didn't do the other one during my first playthrough, and I don't even know how to do the other one yet. So that'll be something we figure out during this playthrough, is how to do the other one.
That's the second. One more to go.
I don't even remember where the third one was, to be honest with you. Was it up top here? Ah, here it is.
Okay, that did something.
Need and knowledge.
Okay, that'll unlock the music room. Oh, I don't remember there being wisps down in here. Fuck, I don't remember this.
Another helper waits between the facing gods.
Between the facing gods. Above, between the
I'll
facing
need a wisp.
gods. I do not remember that showing up. I don't remember that from my first playthrough. Between the facing gods. Oh, Joe is saying it's because I have all the companions. Oh, so when I did it the first time, I didn't have all of the companions. Oh. Well, where would the facing gods be? It said above. I wonder if they mean like... Hang on, do I see a wisp right there? Yep. Secrets. Oh, yeah, I never came in here before. This is new to me. Cool. What do we got down here? Only a few sentences in this ancient book are still decipherable. Scattered now, the great enemy has vanished, but so has the Dreadwolf. After rebellion, there's a cry for reconciliation. There are empty rooms, but it is now the emptiness of peace, not of the fallen. Close out these pages, I gaze at the beating heart of the lighthouse, fed so long with hope, and offer one last morsel. I am the last, and when I depart, it will be into a world I do not understand, but I face a dawn without the Invenurus, and that is enough. Yeah, sorry, Joe, not Bubblenia. Joe, this is an example of, like, this was a puzzle that required multiple steps. And I knew the first steps because I did it during the first one, but I didn't, you know, they give you tips, but not...
Dweller, it is whole.
Oh, wow.
Restored.
Workshop upgrades discounted, and we cleared up the center. Dude, that is cool. Now, I know there's another puzzle, too, because I saw Stalard doing it on his stream. With, like, the beams. Like, there's another... Because there's another door that I don't know how to figure out yet. There's a door on the other side of here, which has to do with, like, beams that you have to align outside. I haven't even figured that out yet. What I am going to do, guys, I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go ahead and open up the chat on Twitch and YouTube. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed that we don't get any trolls today. So if you are someone who has been waiting to chat and you would like to chat, we're going to open it up so that non-subscribers and non-members can chat. But if there's even the whiff of trolliness, I don't have a moderating team. I don't have a moderator. I will lock it down again if people are going to be dicks in chat. So follow the rules, be nice to each other. We spent the first 4 hours of the stream members and subscribers only, so let's go open it up to everybody. Alright, Twitch is now open. Give me a second and I'll get YouTube opened up. Death Comment did a $2 super chat, says go back and jump off. Oh. Okay. Alright guys, chat's open. If you are a normal follower, you should be able to chat now without needing to be a member. Just keep it respectful. Open the portal. Oh, I might need to progress further in the story, said Jibram. Fan says the other room was late game, but I don't remember how to get it. Okay, so maybe I have to get a little deeper into the story. What's that? Tested for fall damage and survived in the lighthouse. That's a weird achievement to get. Oh, I need to turn my phone. It's on silent mode. I need to turn it on so that I can actually hear things. In case Chris sends me any messages. Somebody said jump off. Like, do I jump off the platform? I don't think I've ever... Well, I got the achievement, but I still haven't seen what that other puzzle is. Whee! Alright, no additional companions at the moment. Okay. Flinivy says, Lurker and normal follower here. Greatly enjoy your content. Dragon Age Veilguard coverage. The other puzzle is later in the game. Okay, so I can't even do it until later on. Alright, cool. Alright, well, if that's the case, let's do some of the wolf storylines, since I have a couple of these.
You cannot do this, Algernon. You swore that we would give up our commands when this horrific war was over.
Our people need our leadership. If you're unwilling, leave.
Our people must rebuild, and we must help unite them.
So, we did not fight for freedom, but to conquer this land and our own.
We fought to win, and now the Evanuris are as gods. I do not answer to Mythal's annoying lapdog.
The people are afraid. They must believe in something.
They need strength.
And wisdom.
They need gods who can protect them.
We are not gods. You will learn that.
Every lapdog hides a wolf inside.
That was strange. They were speaking Elven, but I understood it.
I believe we have experienced a memory in each of our native languages.
Not just any memory. One of the Dreadwolves.
And the mages who declared themselves my gods? Well, mine and Davrin's, and Rook's.
It's not every day you witness the start of a religion. I wonder if they're all this disappointing.
I wish
Generally
they were
speaking,
monsters.
yes.
Something grand and terrible. Seeing them like that, they're no better than Tevinter nobles.
But no worse, either. They were people. And people can let you down.
All right. What else can we take from this memory?
Elgranon was hungry for power. Did anything he could to get it, and to hold on to it.
Then Solus, furious at Elganon's installing himself as a despot, started his rebellion.
There's another moving part in this. Mythal. She was keeping the peace.
Mythal and Solus were close. The Inquisition found a temple to Mythal, and there were wolf statues everywhere.
Then she sides with Elgranon over him. A betrayal.
I think I get where Mythal is coming from.
Really?
You've just finished some big war. Everyone is exhausted, and now Elgar'nan won't give up power. If Mythal sided with Solus, would Elgar'nan have backed down?
Not a chance.
It would have led to another war. Mythal tried to keep the peace.
And Solus must see that, but still can't accept that she chose peaceful politics over his ideals.
Perhaps these murals aren't simply memories. They're what Solus wishes to forget.
His regret. That means they're a way to learn his weak points.
Why are we worried about Solus? He's trapped.
Right. But the Dread Wolf was the god of trickery. He's looking for a way out. Bet on it.
Oh, he's
Meanwhile,
absolutely
keep your eyes
looking
open
for
in
a
the
way out.
crossroads. If there's a way to restore the rest of these murals, Solus would have kept it in his hideaway. It'd be nice to get inside his head for a change.
I think we have one more already uncovered, maybe two.
I was not certain you would come.
You were the one who walked away. I never turn my back when my friend needs me.
The Evanures seek the magic of the blight.
Impossible. The blight is safely sealed away forever.
Though I wish I could believe you, I have sensed the breaking of the wards.
I will investigate your claims. If they forget the danger of the blight, I will endeavor to remind them.
That's interesting, Joe. That could be the case, yeah.
And remained with me. Do you not wish for freedom from this struggle?
Be at peace, love. I will stop them.
As you must. The blight is our mistake.
Did Mythal call Solus love in that memory?
That's what it sounded like.
So they were doing it.
The elven gods were free with their emotions. They felt things deeply. The way they express things, well, it feels romantic to us, but that wasn't really how it was. Back then, I mean.
Nah, they were doing it.
Oh, they were absolutely doing it.
Being with someone you're rebelling against? Doesn't sound like Solus.
He also met her in secret and talked about how they could run off together.
It sounded so tragic and romantic.
Oh, wait. Never mind. That does sound like him.
So the Dread Wolf goes to Mythal. They might be fighting, but they have history.
And he warns her about the other gods using the blight. That's more important than his rebellion. It's like kingdoms coming together when an archdemon rises.
Mythal didn't think it was possible. She said the blight was sealed away. There's an old legend about it. Davrin, the one with Andrul's armor. Not sure it matters.
I've heard that story too. The armor of the void, right?
Yes, Andrul, the goddess of the hunt, put on armor made of something called the void, and it drove her mad.
And the other gods were worried because she was doing horrible things.
Yeah, I never
Sounds
found
like
those
an elven
chests
god
my first
twisted
time.
by the corruption of the blight.
Joe.
Right. And then Mythal turned into a dragon and fought Andrul in a huge battle.
She what? Why didn't you start with that?
Anyway, she took Andrul's armor away, then Andrul's madness left, and peace returned.
Intriguing. So it's possible Andrul stumbled onto the magic of the blight.
And when Andrul went mad, Mythal took it from her and locked it away.
Until someone started using it again.
Okay, Solus warns Mythal about the other gods using the blight. It's not just bad, it's something bad he feels responsible for. The blight was our mistake.
How is the blight their mistake? Did they find it? Did they make it? What does that mean?
Whatever it was, it convinced Mythal to take him seriously.
So Mythal goes off to investigate what Solus says. Then, what? It's too clean.
Seems plenty messy with them doing it.
But this isn't just a memory. It's something Solus wanted to hide. What's the crime? What did we see here that he feels guilty about?
I think I might know. When the Inquisitor was saving the world from the breach, she met Mythal.
What? Like in a dream?
That's interesting.
It was complicated. She helped the Inquisition. There was a magic pond and a dragon.
Nice.
The point is, she also said the other elven gods betrayed her, killed her.
Okay, sorry. Point of order. If they killed Mythal, how was she still around to help the Inquisition?
Elven god magic? She'd spent centuries gathering strength and sharing people's bodies, I think.
If it was a truly benign possession, that speaks to her character.
Solus goes to Mythal, the one semi-reasonable elven god, for help, and the other gods kill her for it. I imagine the Dreadwolf's rebellion heated up significantly after that.
Right. And Mythal wasn't there to keep the other gods in check anymore.
Interesting.
Well, it's not just that she died.
What do you mean, Tosh?
It's... Ugh. There was stuff he wanted to tell her, but he waited too long, and then she was dead. He never got to make it right. That twists you up.
That's it. There's our crime.
Doesn't really tell us anything we can use, though.
We know more than we did. That's something.
Then I guess we keep our eyes open if we come across more of these memories.
Indeed. So Death Comet says, I got an awesome scene where my elf mage romanced Harding. They kissed, and then my character got drunk because of the lyrium in Harding's blood, which worried her. That's interesting.
You dare to try to cage us, jealous of our growing power!
You will pay the final price for this betrayal.
We warned you not to use the blight. For this, and for Mythal, I sentence you to sleep in exile ever after. Your own lives will form the veil that keeps the horror you unleashed at bay.
So he locked the gods away and created a veil between this world and the Fade. I mean, they were terrible, no question. But what he did, it didn't just stop them. It destroyed our culture, our world.
It wasn't just to stop them. It was to stop the blight. We've seen how bad Elganon and Gillenane are. Imagine all 7 corrupted gods running wild.
So he created the veil just to keep the elven gods locked in their prison?
Yes, to keep them from accessing the Fade. But was the creation of the veil around the world an accident?
You heard him yelling. That's not the sound of a ritual going right.
What do you think, Rook?
I've spent a lot of my time in the Veil Jumpers dealing with elven magic gone wrong. Every misfiring enchantment endangering someone's life, how many centuries later? Solus did that. I know it's on the gods, too. They were using the blight. Solus didn't have a choice, but he still destroyed my people's world.
Yes, that. Exactly.
I had another question, and I'm sorry, maybe this doesn't matter, but Solus trapped the blighted gods in an ancient elven building, right?
That's what it looks like. Maybe a palace? Fancier than what I've seen in Arlethan, at least.
And then, the Magisters were lured into the Fade. They broke in, which let the blight escape, and turned the Golden City black.
Right, and the Black City hangs in the Fade, a little reminder of their mistakes. What's wrong, Lace?
It's just... the Chant of Light says that the Maker built for them the Golden City, the center of all creation. But if the Golden City was an ancient elven palace, then the Maker didn't build it. the elves did. The Chant of Light is Andraste's visions from the Maker, but it sounds like it's wrong.
You're asking if we just disproved the entire Andrastian faith.
Did we?
The Maker was never my faith, Lace. But I don't think you have to give it up.
But what they taught us was just wrong. What if the Maker just doesn't exist?
The Chant of Light might be wrong, but it's been made and changed by people over 1,000 years.
That right there,
There was
made
a whole
and
verse
changed.
about an elf named Shartan, and the chantry just cut it out.
This is the story of
So
the
maybe
Bible
the Golden
as well.
City was meant
This is
as
brilliant.
a metaphor, or maybe it was added
Yeah,
because
Petite,
of
the
politics.
fact that this has been foreshadowed
That might
since the
change
Dragon Age
history,
Origins is amazing.
But it doesn't have to change your whole faith.
The Dalish clans are struggling with the same thing. What do we keep? What do we lose?
The Elven Gods, the Maker. No matter who you light a candle to, you've got some hard questions to ask yourself right now.
Doctrine is not the truth. It is one of many paths to the truth.
I recognize the sentiment, though not the specific quote. Who said that?
My mother.
Ah. Questions of faith aside, we have some very real gods that still need killing.
Looks like there are 3 more of these murals with the Dreadwolf's old memories. Wonder what else he's hiding.
We're gonna go find out. I don't think I have any more. Yeah, I have to go discover more at this point. Okay, I don't have any side quests. We might be able to go find some more, so let's go to the crossroads really quick. I'm not sure if I can get to any more, but we're gonna go see. Yeah, that's a great way to make people question theology. Exactly, Petite. That's brilliant. Of course, we have to. That still assumes that the people are open to those conversations in the first place. But for people who look for enlightenment, oh, I'm sure there's someone out there, Mike, who's made that argument. I would bet money on it. They're attacking organized religion. BioWare's satanic. No, I don't want to take the boat. There's a... Man, it sure as shit shows me that there's a waypoint right back there, and I don't know where it's pointing me to. I bet it's up top here somehow. Are there any ladders? Yep, there it is. Oh, maybe not. Well, even so, I have not yet unlocked that right there, so we'll do that while we're up here. Joe's like, they would have to have played the game to see it first. pretty sure there's a door that unlocks on the other side as well. God, I'm not figuring this out. Alright, let me jump down over here really quick, because I'm pretty sure that may have opened a door on the other side of the market that I can go check out.
What do spirits spend money on? Never mind.
Oh no, that door's still shut. I could swear that I got this door open my first playthrough, and I don't know how to open it this time around. It shows one of two lit, and I don't know what the other one is that I would need to light. I know I opened it the first time. I thought it was that other beam of light, but apparently not. Alright, I am confused on where to find this stupid... Where is this other memory? It's like right up there on that somewhere, and I'm not sure quite how to get to it. Maybe it's underneath or something. Because it should be like right here. So it's got to be like up top. Oh, here's a ladder. Oh, I know where we are. Hold on. I'm completely lost in this area. Oh, I can't get to it from this side. I gotta go to the other side. Yeah, I'm still not seeing it because it's like right over there. So it's got to be up. How the hell do I get over there? No, see, this just brings me in from the same side. And I'm right back where I started. I'm confused! How do I get up there? So that leads me right back to the same conundrum. I'm definitely missing something. That could be true, Babylonia. There is lost nuance in many things. Okay, I can't figure out how to get to this one, so we're going to ignore it for now because I'm completely lost. Like, it's almost like it's down. But I don't know of any other place. Well, I think yeah, that could be. I think I've done all the champions, though. That's why I'm a little confused, because I just can't seem to find a way to where that memory is. I didn't have any problems finding things the first time I played the game, though. That's why I'm like, where is this damn thing? Yeah, this just leads me right around to here where I just was a few minutes ago. Yeah, the dot's not leading me anywhere though, Joe. There's the problem. Because there's three different things, and it's not leading me to the one I want. It's trying to lead me to a different dot. Ah! Well, screw it. Let's just let's see if we can get to the other ones. I was trying to find this this other there's wolf statues that I need related to the memories. And it was telling me that the map is showing me there's one right here on top of us or under us or somewhere around us, and I can't figure out how to get to it, so it was driving me nuts. See, I've got 2 dots on screen now, so I'm going to ignore that one. We're just going to go to the ones we could potentially get to. And ignore that one for now. And fall to our demise.
The deeper currents.
See, now the dot is driving me nuts. Let's go to the other dot. The dots aren't being helpful right now, guys. Oh, I did get a ding too. I forgot I need to go spend my points because I'm level 30.
Onward, dweller.
Alright, I did get a level 30 ding. Which means I can go a little bit deeper into the evoker specialization. XXY. XXX. Alright, let's see what this one leads. Oops.
Here comes trouble.
Not too bad. Do this again.
Look, the statue that controls those bridges is broken.
Probably the Antam. They break anything they don't understand. And they don't understand much.
Doesn't matter. We can figure this out.
It's about to get fun.
Here we go.
Yeah, we can do this really quick.
Not many Antam. Something's keeping them out.
Rook takes credit there.
Alright, we gotta go out and down.
Eyes up.
We're under fire.
Since when did the Antam fight alongside undead?
Gods must
Since
force
now.
the Antam to do it. They wouldn't like undead any more than I do.
The Crossroads is basically the Hinterlands, says Mike, but with better content. It's fair. I hated the Hinterlands, to be honest with you. There's just too much junk. Heart of Andraste, no. The Hinterlands is a great example of bad side content. That's a great example of bad writing. And I like the fact that they've recognized it and addressed it in all the interviews they were doing for Veilguard. Like, yeah, the Hinterlands, that was bad. We're not going to do that again. We'll do better. We will do better. Okay, so I can't even get to that one yet.
Bring it. The gods shall be denied.
Okay. Can't do that one because I need a champion essence. The other dot points me in this direction. Which is where I came from. There's another dot over here that leads in a direction I've not been.
Over there. Another entryway like the one that took us to that Solus memory.
Yep. Alright, this
There.
one will definitely get us
It's
another...
happening again. We're in another of Solus's memories.
Another memory.
Remember last time. The
Right.
past really can still hurt you.
Alright, I'm supposed to be on the listen for a delivery, but I can't hear shit with the headphones on, so... I thought I heard bells ringing and it was just the wind chimes out back.
Glad you made it here safely. I didn't love our odds without you.
Who, me?
All right. Everything's in place. We hit Algernon's island fortress tonight. This is our best chance to free the people he's enslaved. Get in, save as many as you can, and bring them back here to Sanctuary. Be fast and be safe. I'll meet you on the other side. Fen-Haral scouting ahead. For freedom! For the Dread Wolf!
For freedom! Yeah, the music's great. Somebody says I should play Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. I already have. Before Baldur's Gate 3. They still weren't as good as Dragon Age Veilguard. Ah! Sorry. Not sorry.
The Dread Wolf is testing his noble rebels against mine.
More of Solus's memories. Elgranon sent his guards to attack the Dread Wolf's rebels.
So Elganon was always the charmer.
You persist for naught. The people under my rule are not yours to plunder.
More guard!
Glad to see we all made it. Elganon's forces are making things interesting.
You, keep moving no matter what. Free those slaves. We'll take everyone else and give the guards something to think about.
We must be swift. Elganon is coming.
Solus sounded frightened.
You blame him?
Let's get that prison open.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Take it out. I wonder if I have to do the other one first. I don't remember here.
Quickly, get us out of here.
Lock tight, and no sign of a key.
Working on it.
Of course there isn't, but there must be a way.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is way simplified because it's 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, whereas Divinity Original Sin 2 is them working with their own rule set, and so they could obviously be way more complex with it than they could be with Dungeons and Dragons because that's not their rule set. So
Thank you all.
There's an alluvion nearby. We'll head there right away.
Go. The Dreadwolf must
what's
be
your point,
waiting for you.
Automaton? What's your point? If you've been around my channel for any length of time, there's 7,000 videos on the channel. I play lots of different video games. Some games have bigger audience than others. What's your point? Because without having a point, your comment is meaningless. So, what's your point?
Stop his guards. We need to buy time for the captives to get to safety.
I will hold off Elganon himself for as long as I am able.
George King says, Aloha boss, quick question. My companion quest not advancing past first mission. Do I need something? Which companion quests? Because generally speaking, you just have to go back to the lighthouse and then if you're not seeing companion quests show up, it's because you need to progress the main quests some more. So you just have to follow in your quest journal. If you go to your journal, George, Like these quests, if you have any main quests, the faction and these will not advance right here. So if all you have left is faction and region quests, those won't advance you to the next stage of companion quests. So the only way you get to the next stage of companion quests is by doing main quests. So every time you do a main quest, go back to the lighthouse and you'll find companion quests in between. Hopefully that makes sense, George King. Joe says, I don't know if they're any more complicated, but if you're more familiar with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, it might seem simpler. If you've never played D&D, BG3 could be considered complicated. Yes.
Go. I will deal with that ragged wolf.
One last push.
Yeah, at some point, George, you'll have to go progress the main quest because it won't trigger the next stage of companion quests until you do so.
How far you run.
Let the big asshole rant. Everyone we freed is safe in the crossroads.
Without all of you, well, thank you. But can Elganon find us here?
He cannot. I have made sure of...
Solus?
Elganon is a powerful opponent. My apologies. It is of no consequence. What matters, my friends, is that today, all of us are free.
Well, unless you have a full data set, it doesn't matter.
I think that's it. The memory ends here.
Let's clear it up, Automaton. Really you just said a statement. Side. It was an observation, my guy. I like to watch audience levels of certain channels for study. So please enlighten us. What's your study? What's your observation? What's your point? Because I'm on my second playthrough of a game that I've already done a playthrough of. We did a 76-hour playthrough of the game where we were averaging 70 to 80 people watching. The first day we had 360 people watching. That's normal for most big days. We're getting into the second playthrough now, and we're averaging, right now we're at 45 between YouTube and Twitch. We've been averaging between 50 and 60 during peak hours during our second playthrough. Second playthroughs are always lesser than the first playthroughs because the people have already seen it. Many of them have gone on to other things. Many of them are doing other things. So please enlighten us as to your observation, because there's no point in dropping comments like that unless you have a point to make. So what's your study? Tell us, enlighten us. What's your study?
On point.
Too bad he didn't stay all heroic like that.
And now all that's left is this fragment. Come on, let's go.
Some games I play, I have an average audience of 100 and 120. Other games, I have an audience of 70 to 80. Other games, it's 30 to 40. Other games, it's 300 plus. It just depends on the game. So enlighten us, Automaton. What's your study? Thandar says, what happened to your finger? Last night, I was outside with Chris. It was like 7:30 at night, and Blanca, who is one of our outside cats, was getting into a tiff with another one of our outside cats, who is the mama cat of all of them. I picked her up by the scruff of her neck with my left hand to interrupt the fight, and I put my right hand down where I shouldn't have put my right hand to pick her up and support her bottom legs with my other hand. So scruff of the neck here, bottom hand, and I should not have done that because she was still in attack mode, and her right foot went out and she went because she thought I was trying to attack her stomach, and so I got gashed from the knuckle down to here. You really can't see. There's a tiny little bit you can see right there, which is outside from under the bandage. The main part was under here. I have the white tape on because the bandage won't stay on, so I just have white tape over it to keep the bandage on. So I got nailed last night. Yeah. Heavy attacks with this have been. Yeah, I'm definitely taking that.
Eyes open.
Well, you still haven't answered the question, Automaton. What is your study? What is the purpose of the data you're collecting? What is the point you are trying to make? I'm not getting annoyed. I'm asking you to provide. So if you make a statement, if you've ever gone and done anything legal, when you make a statement in a court of law, you're required to provide a burden of proof. When you make a statement is required to have a burden of proof behind it to be a valid statement. You came in, you made a statement, you have yet to provide any burden of proof for why you made the statement or for what study you are supposedly compiling. So please enlighten us with what study you are performing that has any relevance whatever to do with the size of the stream during a second playthrough. Because that data might be relevant to what we're working on. But of course, we don't know. For all we know, you're coming in here to make a statement about how, oh look, the audience size of people streaming Dragon Age the Veilguard is only X, so therefore the game is trash. Because many people like to make those types of statements. But without the data set of knowing that we're on a second playthrough where people have already moved on to do other things, that data set would be irrelevant. So there's nothing here about being annoyed. It's about you providing a burden of proof for the statement of, isn't it interesting how you're having fewer people on this stream than normal? Enlighten us to your study, please. Thanks. I don't want that one. What's your study for? Where's your study being published? Is it for a publication? Is it for your YouTube channel? Are you doing it for your university? Enlighten us to your study. Do you work for a publication that's going to be publishing some sort of study regarding the numbers of YouTube channels versus Twitch streamers versus TikTok streamers? Provide us with that all-important data set so we have a frame of reference for what you are supposedly studying. Burden of proof. I have 2 dots here. That one I know I can't get to because that's for the place I need to go kill a champion to get to that one. Yeah, the hair physics are wild, Gargle. It's awesome. Dude, I had a great screenshot of my character the other night where his hair was like all standing in. Findar says over on Twitch, yeah, like last night we delved into streaming economics, but in the context of the YouTube chat, it's a weird thing to say in the middle of all the other YouTube chat, where you just jump into the middle of the YouTube chat and be like, your numbers seem to be lower while you're streaming right now compared to normally. Compared to what? Like, what's your normal? What normal are you comparing me against? Because there's 7,000 videos on my channel. I play a lot of different games. So what's normal on my channel? Look at him. Look at him. That's definitely a troll. I'm on social media. This is not a court of law. I'm also not a conservative, and you seem very annoyed. I thank you for sharing your info. I got all the info I needed. Yeah, well, we're blocking you from the channel because you're not adding anything to the conversation, and you appear to be just a troll. I don't want trolls. That's what happens when we open up the chat, and that's why I've been keeping it locked down, because I'm tired of dealing with this kind of crap. People aren't coming here to talk about the game or to have fun playing the game. They're coming here to try to be dicks about numbers, and the game is failing. I was talking to Bubbaloni about this yesterday. That's one of the reasons I've been locking down the chat. I just want to play video games, and it's really annoying that people don't want to let me play video games. They want to come here and make it about something else entirely. I know, weirdly defensive of him. I don't have to give you an answer. I got all the info I needed. Bah. And I did it to myself by opening up the chat today to non-paying members. I did it to myself. I said, hey guys, let's open the chat up and see if we can have, and I'm letting myself comment. Alright, let's take this back to the lighthouse. Second playthrough says, Kagran, are you making different decisions this time? Yep. Romancing Tash. Taking different characters through. Making different decisions in conversations. Sacrificed a different city this time through. Playing a mage instead of a rogue. I sacrificed Menrathis this time around.
You have so long
which is a different
the world.
Scenario.
Why not consider joining it?
But I have no desire to live as humans. I have the Fade. Besides, this talk of taking on a solid form. I think you underestimate the danger. When you took the glowing stone to build your body, did the earth not shake?
Delirium gives us the strength we had when we were of the Fade. We are the best of physical and spirit. I need your wisdom, so to withstand the louder voices who would go too far like Elganon. I need...
I'm also not wearing a wig this time, so that's different for this playthrough as well.
You must know that. I will always follow where you go.
Bubble says I had enchiladas instead of tacos on a Tuesday for this playthrough.
The ancient elves were spirits who voluntarily manifested a physical form.
I'd rather go back to talking about the blight.
Hey, Lucanus. Could Spite turn into an elf?
No.
Sorry, but... what?
Yeah, I went with the redemption ending first time. This time around, I'm going through the I'm gonna kick your ass ending.
It's kind of fun.
I'm gonna force you to bleed and use your blood to bind you to the
make
Fade
more sense
ending.
now, like why some magic works differently for elves than everyone else.
And we wouldn't have that magic if not for this.
Oh, I'm out of
The
coffee.
knowledge that an entire people were formed from a mass manifestation could change our entire understanding of magic.
If we let it out.
So I'm not done with the guy's conversation a minute ago, because you're right. We just had that conversation yesterday about streaming and content creation and economics in streaming. So if that individual had something that was of value, like they're doing a university study or something, and their comment was, how strange. Sorry guys, this did tickle my funny bone for a minute. Your numbers seem to be lower during this while you're playing this game compared to what? I've played this year alone. Chris asked me this question earlier. Like I played like 30 games this year, I think. So are we comparing the numbers for the second playthrough of this game compared to the other 30 games that I've been playing? Are we comparing the numbers today against yesterday's numbers? Are we comparing the numbers of this game versus Dragon's Dogma 2? Are we talking about the numbers of this game versus Shattered Space, this game versus Baldur's Gate 3, this game versus Final Fantasy 7, this game versus Nobody Wants to Die, this game versus... That was literally a troll looking for... And I know I'm talking about it. I shouldn't be talking about it. But it's like, what's the point of that comment other than to say, look at how bad the numbers are for Dragon's Age Veilguard? Like that's literally the only reason someone would care about what the numbers
Is that the right call?
Today's stream
Do you want
are.
bigoted humans yelling about how elves are
No,
demons?
they didn't answer, and when they got all like, this isn't a court of law, I don't have to answer you, I just removed them from the channel.
I don't think people
They're not here for
care
the right
right
reasons.
now.
I only
We've
want
got
people
evil
here who
gods
want to play
trying
the
to
game and
destroy
have
the
fun.
world.
Evil
And I have to do a
elven
better job of
blighted
ignoring those
gods.
people because
Don't
it's
forget,
It's not
we
worth
have
it
to tell
to
someone, though.
ruin
Strife and
our
Ireland,
enjoyment
at
of the
least.
game to let those people
If I
be
told
here.
Thea and Viago, they'd think I was sampling Viago's poison collection. No one will believe us.
We're here to
Okay.
celebrate games and
We
have
keep
fun
this to
playing
people
games.
we trust who have good reason to know.
And I
No
did it to myself
shouting it
by
from the
opening up the
rooftops.
chat after 4 hours of
Agreed.
having it locked
The
down.
Morn Watch has a great deal of experience keeping dangerous secrets.
Because I was like, let's open
So
it up.
beyond the
I feel
world-shaking
lucky.
stuff, what else did we learn here? Solus himself was a spirit.
What kind do you think he was?
Well, his name is Elven for pride.
Oh, okay.
There's something else. Not about spirits, or not all about them at least. Solus didn't want to become a person with a physical body.
Right. He only agreed after Mathal begged him.
Then that's his regret. He wishes he'd never taken physical form.
Maybe, but not just that. Solus was scared. They built their bodies out of lyrium, and it made the ground shake.
You think the ground shaking was the Titans?
It makes sense, doesn't it? Something was hurting them, taking their blood.
So they struck back, like we'd swat a stinging bug.
The first memory we saw, with Elganon seizing power, it happened at the end of a war.
Why would it matter,
A
Marcel?
war between the Titans and the Elves.
Why would it matter if this
And we
game
just
went on
saw
sale
how it
this year?
started.
It feels like we still don't have the full picture. But I think that's part of what Solus regrets. He didn't see the danger.
It's possible it might go on
Except
sale
he
this
did.
year. Like
He was
Gargle
worried.
says,
You
there
said
might
it
be a Black
yourself.
Friday sale later
He
in
did it
November.
for Mithal. Everything that followed, he could have prevented if he just told her no.
Then he's got a war on his conscience. Plus, whatever we find next.
If the current price point is an issue for you, you can always just go join up for, what is it called? EA Next, EA Plus, whatever EA's thing is. It's like 18 bucks or something. You can join for a month, play the game, and then discontinue your membership if you're worried about paying full price for it. Alright, I think we can do one more. Yeah, let's go defeat this champion. Yeah, Kagran said, I found Harding so annoying that I was glad when they fell into the pit. Oh no! How dare you! I did sacrifice Davra in my first playthrough. I'm not sure what decision I'll make this time around. I did not want to redeem him my first time through, but I made a commitment at the beginning of the game that I said I was going to attempt to redeem him to see that ending, and then the next time around I would do the other side of things. So I did the redeem ending my first time through just because I wanted to see it. I did not. Every bone in my body screamed, no, don't do it. You need to make him suffer for his actions. But I went ahead and, you know, did it just so I could see it. But this time around, I'm gonna make him pay. Oh, it was the gut punch was watching Asan scream as he flew down and followed Davrin's body as it fell into the pit, and I was just like, I couldn't, man. That was too much. Like, sorry, Harding, love you, but
Needed some action.
I already know who's going in the pit this playthrough. See, on one moment it tells me to go that way, and the next time it tells me to go this way. Oh, I totally wish I could give up Balara or, yeah, somebody else. I don't like the fact... I don't like the fact that they make you choose between two specific characters. Like, I really wish it was more, like, random. Or you could have the choice of picking who you wanted. But instead it's like, oh no, it's going to be one of these two people every time. It's like, no. I cannot wait to conquer Solus with my mage. It's going to be Elven Mage on Elven Mage, and it's going to be glorious. And I'm going to make him eat magic in his face. I'm going to take his, I'm an Elven Mage, and I'm going to shove it down his throat. Because guess what? I'm an Elven Mage too. Snap! Hot Elf Mage on Elf Mage action for the win. Fuck yeah. Oh, I can't make that jump. No, I definitely can't make that jump. Oh, there it is. I can hear it, but I can't see it. Surely I can make that jump. Oh, I totally did.
We're not alone.
Ah!
Beat the odds there.
Oh, hold up a minute. Joe says it may vary more than you think. Because if I'm not wrong, my choice was Nev or Harding. So it may be between your top favorite characters. What? Everybody I've heard said it was either Davrin or Harding, like every single time. I've not heard anybody have other than Davrin or Harding. And now I really want to get to the end and find out what my choices are going to be, because now I'm like, maybe it won't be. Oh no. We'll know here in a couple of days when I get to that point. Oh, this is that champion fight where I died a whole bunch of times last time. Yeah, I'm talking about the final sacrifice, like the final character. Like when you have to choose. Like, there's a point where you have to choose between two characters. Because I went reading online today just to confirm my suspicions, and online everywhere I've read says that at that point, I don't remember exactly what point it is, but it's at that point you one character is always, always, always going to be the one that goes away. It's either Harding or Daverin. That's what I've read. I haven't heard anybody else. So I think we're talking about different scenarios.
A pit of darkspawn? Let's clear him out.
Nice casting.
Oh no, we accidentally spawned the big dude too. No, not what I meant to do. Well. Breathe some fire on him, honey.
Clearing the way, one champion at a time. This'll open the way.
Where is this one at? Oh, gain 20 minutes. No. I'm gonna keep the one I've got. How do I... It's all well and good, but how do I get over there and get that chest? I think it just depends on your difficulty too, Joe. I know that I struggled on all the big bad boss fights. I got wrecked. Yeah, triple I chest. I have yet to find a single red item that my mage would actually use. Is this going to be one that I can use? No, because I don't give a shit about electrical abilities. I feel like there hasn't been a single red item that is useful for an ice mage yet. Yeah, the champion stuff is just like that because it's all optional stuff. I've not found a unique staff yet, no, Kagran. channel. I found multiple things in my first playthrough for my rogue, but I've yet to find a single one that I would want to use on this character.
Those ruins feel a bit more solid than the rest of the magic around here. Elves must have actually lived in them.
I forget which way I need to point this one. I can't remember. Leave it alone for now because I think there's one down there that I have to point up here. Oh, I remember this one's a trap. I remember
It's another of those statuettes. The memory fragments.
Conveniently placed.
It's a trap!
And there it is. Trouble coming our way.
They're hitting us from there.
Oh, piss off. There we go.
Nice move.
What'd I tell you? Trap. Statue wasn't even real.
You were right, Tosh. But if the fate is mostly reflections of something else, the real one could be close.
Alright, let's go get that memory.
Another of those Fen'Harel altars.
Alright, he's gonna face in that direction. I ended up having, I want to say 4 or 5 red items on my rogue. But I ended up replacing like my bloodletter sword by the end of the game because I found a legendary, like a yellow item that was way cooler because it added like momentum and invulnerability. Yeah, I won't switch out to a dagger though. Like I definitely like the staff.
Break through! The Altum are trying to cut us off!
That means we're on the right track. Got it covered. That goes to you.
Okay. That gets me. Hold up. There's a. There's a thingy here I need to click. And then I'm gonna have to go get another cup of coffee here in a minute. I just published that video this morning, Artemis. So if you jump down in the playlist for Dragon Age Veilguard, or if you go over to the YouTube channel and check out the video from this morning, I just published a video on my favorite class in Dragon Age Veilguard.
Got it.
I'm missing one. Where's it at?
There. I'd say that's where we're headed.
Yeah, but there's also a wolf statue somewhere because you can... He's pointing in this direction. I think they're both enjoyable. It just depends on, do you want to do melee? And, well, then even then, it's not even that simple because you could be a melee mage. So that video will give you some insight.
We've got company. That's got it.
Skill point. I should have 2 actually, because I haven't spent any in a minute. Ooh.
You can tell this statuette is the real thing, a memory fragment, and not just because it was very well guarded.
Well, guess what? That means we got a new one to put at the lighthouse.
Have you created what we need?
With this, the proper ritual will sunder every titan from its spirit. But you must know those severed dreams will certainly be driven mad. A disembodied blight of pain and anger. It is awful what we're doing.
And the only way to end this war.
The only way to end this war. At least so they thought at the time.
Solus made the weapon that killed the Titans. No, not killed. He cut away their dreams and left them broken and mindless. He passed me in the halls of Skyhold for a year. He made polite conversation, and he knew.
This is why he must pay.
He knew what he did.
He must pay.
Lace, what my people did to yours, that's unforgivable.
You don't need to apologize.
Yes, the severed
Will
dreams
someone
are the blight.
Our leaders attacked the Titans for
Yes,
their
exactly
liberty.
that. The severed dreams of the
Then, when
blight.
the war turned against the elves, our leaders did this.
And when the war was over, they enslaved your ancestors. No. Solus, Mythal, and Elgar'nan are the ones who need to apologize.
Goddamn right they
To
need to
do
apologize.
such a thing. No wonder regret eats away at Solus.
No, it's worse than that. That isn't what Solus regrets. Those severed dreams will be driven mad. A disembodied blight of pain and anger.
Mierda.
You can't. That's not possible.
When a warden
not
hears
true.
the calling,
That's
it's like a
impossible.
song in their mind. Sound familiar to you, Lace?
The song of Lyrium. Of the Titans.
We think of the blight as this monstrous force with no mercy, no compassion. Evil incarnate. Instead, it's a caged animal. Mistreated and imprisoned for centuries. Until all it knows is fear.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun on my rogue Artemis, but my rogue was like a lot of like in and out. Like you're jumping in, doing burst damage, and then jumping out again. Because I was playing the duelist, so dual wielding. But then this character, I'm playing the staff mage, which is everything from a distance. So I don't get up close and personal unless they come at me. And then I've got abilities that allow me to like protect myself. So it's a completely different play style. Now, if I was playing the Spellblade, I would be jumping in and doing melee combat, but I prefer not to. But that's it. Like I said, the greater explanation is in the video I dropped this morning, because I think that they can have similar, but it just depends, because like the Veil Ranger is a completely different version of the Rogue as well, because it's a completely ranged play with the bow. I think Joe said he was playing the Ranger version.
If the blight is the Titan's dreams, can we,
The blight is
I
the
don't
Titan's
know,
dreams.
heal it? Bring it back from all that anger?
I'm afraid I have no idea. In theory, it would be possible to restore dreams to the Titans.
You can't set it free before it's healed. You'd have blighted Titans laying waste to the entire world.
The Titans are a problem for later. We have Elgar'nan and Gillanane to deal with now.
And then I want Solus to look me in the eye and answer for what he did.
Each of these memories has been a deeper regret, and almost all of them involve Mythal.
Only one mural left to uncover by my count. If we find it, we'll see what's worse than this.
All right, back to the crossroads. Let's see if I can uncover that final one. Yeah, it's disembodied thoughts that are just completely driven to madness because they're separated from their true form. It's a horrific story, like what the elven gods did. Yeah, I would love to check out the Warrior, but I'm not going to have time to do it before Stalker 2 drops, so... The Warrior will be the thing that gets left on the table, and if I ever do a third playthrough a year from now, or 2 years from now, or whatever, that's when I'll go do the Warrior. Kind of like, you know, Path of Exile, or not Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternity. I've done 2 full playthroughs and a partial third. I did a Rogue through, and I did a Druid through. Or not, that's not true. I did a Rogue and then a Ranger, and then I did a partial Druid playthrough that I never finished. It's like, one day when I'm old and gray and I've got time to play all the things. Save it for my reverse rage bait videos in 2025. Alright, here's the memory, finally. This is what I was looking for.
Over there, another entryway like the one that took us to that Solus memory. Another ancient elf.
You're awake. How's your head?
The
guards
Veilguard
really knocked
strikes
you about.
back.
Well, it's
Do you remember our mission? Gillinane's lab. The wolf sent us to infiltrate her testing grounds. Things didn't go perfectly to plan, but the wolf smuggled in help. A key. If you can fight, grab the key and we'll run for it. Just be ready for whatever the witch has in store.
She thinks I'm one of Solus's agents.
Ah, freedom. We'll move faster if we split up. See you ahead.
I need coffee. I'll be back. Alright. I'll probably have to duck out for a little bit here in a bit, because I've got a cat that I need to find and bring up. Because she's out in the woods somewhere.
Blight, be careful.
Is it just me, or does it look worse than usual here?
Remember, these memories pack a punch.
Ow.
So Gillenane was experimenting with blight and darkspawn. The blight infested her lab. The memory's not over. We need to fight our way out of here before Gillenane finds us.
It's funny because when I played through the first time, this was the first memory that I found, and this time around it's the last memory that I've found. Very interesting, because I did the crossroads in a completely different fashion. The first time I was like trying to explore every nook and cranny, and this time around I know for a fact that I can't explore every nook and cranny, so I've willingly just been like, I'm going to ignore that until I have to go there for the story. Because I probably spent 3 or 4 hours during my first playthrough wandering around trying to find shit that I was not going to be able to unlock, but I didn't know any better.
Let's all split up and find it.
I will destroy what corruption I can. You must cut through these monstrosities before Gillenane unleashes something worse.
Sola sounded rattled.
The blight had him scared.
Exactly, Taylor. Alright, so new Arcline just dropped a new Steam post, a new blog post talking about some of their classes. I wanted to take a look at this really quick before we get back to the stream here. Let me timestamp this. This is 5:23. So this is called The Bright Future of Technology. Says previously we've talked about the role of magic in new Arcline. And now we're going to discuss the role technology plays in our world and its future. So this is like a steampunk turn-based game that's going to be dropping into early access at the end of the month that I am excited about. I know Stalard Gaming has already played this. He played the demo. I did not because I was busy with other stuff. But we covered this. We watched the early access trailer, announcement trailer the other day on stream. This is here, after all imposing steam-powered exoskeletons, weird crackling Tesla-powered weapons, or ultra-reliable diesel engines can be just as enchanting as any magical incantation. But not all in the world of New Arcline is shiny and running like clockwork despite the engineering and scientific elite ruling it. I just love the art style here. We're not going to repeat our history lecture about the Weavers and Rayos, the lawbringer, and how he made scientific progress possible, because you can read about that in A Brief History of Magic. But suffice to say, after the Mago-Technology Wars, science and engineering became ruling principles. This triumph catapulted the technologists to power, and nothing stood in the way of industrialization and inventors becoming the new sorcerers, the ones shaping the world and society alike. Steamboats took over the seas, zeppelins conquered the skies, and wands and magical staves were surpassed by guns, grenades, and other technological implements of death. I'm loving this art style. The Automaton's Revolution. A recent invention kickstarted yet another paradigm shift. Wayne Zindo's breakthrough, the creation of automatons. It didn't just cement his leadership among the technologists, it transformed society as a whole. These efficient, low-cost machines can perform all kinds of tasks, from logging to babysitting, driving unprecedented economic growth. They don't tire, they never falter or complain, and they allow people to enjoy their lives instead of toiling away in menial jobs. This then led to paving the way for Mr. Lindo to head the Eastern Technology Syndicate, which is at the heart of every Newark line. Man, I just love the drawings too, like everything I've seen about this fun. Yeah, so this is like a steampunk technology / magic game. Trouble is brewing beneath the surface. As you might have guessed, the rise of automatons has led to the massive layoffs in industrial plants, leaving countless families without a source of income. And ironically, the very workers who once cheered the suppression of mages are now being crushed by the wheels of the technological revolution they helped create. Industrialists promise a bright future, and who knows, perhaps they will turn the world into a utopia in the end. But as the beginning of the story of Newark Line, the poor, the tired, and huddled masses still yearn to be free, and it seems that one form of tyranny has simply replaced another's. So in this case, we've basically got mages have been thrown out in favor of technology, and the story is taking place around that. Let's see here. Opportunities abound in 3 technological areas in particular: the Tesla, the Diesel, and Steam. Each field requires a unique skill set from its practitioners, but gives them access to specialized weapons and equipment, granting powerful weapons on par with actual magic. In the game, this translates into the option to select 3 playable technological classes, and they've got that in asterisks. The Diesel Engineer is often seen sporting leather coats with many pockets and utility belts to store the tools they need for constant tinkering. They're experts in firearms and skilled creators of cutting-edge diesel gadgets. You never know when a jetpack might come in handy to bail you out of a tight spot. There's also the Steam Mechanic. These are the most hands-on of the technological classes, preferring to place any problem and obstacle head-on. To that end, they utilize the awesome strength of highly reliable steam engines, powering wearable gear that enhances their own physical abilities. The most skilled mechanics construct and operate full steam-powered exoskeletons, transforming into nigh unstoppable behemoths when the need arises. And then there's the Tesla Scientist, which is a practitioner of almost ethereal technological disciplines, can be seen with strange buzzing and sparkling instruments strapped to their bodies, nervously fidgeting as they strive to control lightning. The most superstitious folks say that Tesla scientists are playing with powers beyond their understanding, but the most accomplished of these are rumored to even be able to reanimate lifeless bodies. What could go wrong? The Diesel Engineer is the only one available at early access, whilst at the launch of early access, while the Steam Mechanic and Tesla Scientist are going to be added as playable classes later. Okay. So this is going into early access on the 26th. Cool. Who needs mana when you have high caliber? Dude, this is awesome. Who needs mana when you have high caliber rifles? Yeah, I'm liking everything I've seen so far. So this is the latest blog post that they've got over on their Steam page related to some of the more additional classes. Because there's also magic. There's a lot going on in this game. Glory days of arcane arts, magic in the world today. I'm gonna scroll down here. This is all in-game footage, by the way. It's like a turn-based, kind of like isometric style game. Choose your path. You've got Celestial Sage. They practice healing and empowering themselves and their allies with buffs, and they wear bright colors. Hellfire Occultist. They conjure forth scorching flames and all things demonic. And then Voodoo Shaman. Ancient primeval magical discipline connected to nature and death. They specialize in cursing and weakening their enemies. The conflict between. This is the story trail. Did we watch this the other day? I don't know that we watched this the other day. I know we watched a video. Hang on, it's not wanting to go full screen for some reason. Hang on, I want to get this into full screen, and I'm not sure why it's not going full screen right now. There we go. So this is the story trailer. I don't think we watched the story trailer the other day. What is up with this? There we go. We watched a different trailer yesterday, or the day before. Whenever we covered, I talked about New Arcline the other day. So this is the story trailer.
It's okay, my love. We're almost there. I see the gate up ahead.
I do remember seeing this trailer when it was first announced, like earlier this year or something.
You're safe. Mama will protect you. What kind of monsters are you? My people are refugees. We were all promised safe haven. That's why we came here. Stay back! What do you want with a little girl anyway? Easy, my darling. It won't end like this. It can't. I won't allow it. You remember when we arrived here? The crowds of people just like us, seeking a better life.
Good day to you, sir or madam. Let me be the first.
All I ask is what every mother wants. A better life for her child. This exodus from the old world, we're all fleeing the Iron Plague. The endless
Iron
injustice,
Plague.
the chaos swallowing everything. But it turns out there are much deadlier things here than the plague.
Looks like 3 people in your party.
We're not part of your war. This new world was supposed to be beautiful and free, but the factions, mages, technologists had no interest in peace. Their only use for these marvels is to perfect new ways to kill each other. No, little girl, don't worry. We'll get out of this. I promise.
Hey! Show me your hand!
Crevator.
Yeah, I believe it's turn-based combat, from what I understand.
This was supposed to be a beautiful world.
A little bit of darkness to that. Keep an eye on that one. Keeping an eye on that one. Those are the 3 technological classes. Wow, GOG is 16 years old today. What's up, Nick 2? I might have forgot to say hi in the middle of all that. I don't know when you said hi. Alright. Back to our playthrough. Let me double check Discord here before I get going. Alright. Let's go for a bit more. I will eventually need to step outside for about 5 to 10 minutes because I gotta go find Mary. Because she hasn't. Chris let her out into the woods this afternoon, or this morning, and she hasn't come back yet, so I gotta go find her. And I have like a
Learn
beer
respect
here or
for the
something.
life that will succeed you.
She's using the testing grounds against us.
Can't get to it from there. Or here. Oh my goodness. Simple puzzles. Just a little bit. No. Can't do anything in that one. Oh, it's right up on the ceiling. That's why.
Time to go.
Free! And faster than anticipated. Perhaps you and your allies warrant more study.
Study schmuddy.
We've got company. I think we broke through to Gillinane's prized specimens.
Rook, think of the darkspawn we face compared to these. What if...
Maybe the darkspawn we've been seeing aren't new. Maybe they're old.
Maybe.
Here, the blessing you deny. Wolf, help me! Ah!
Damn! Gillinane got her.
My blood! I'm burning up!
Look out!
God, it feels good to be a mage on easy mode. Everything just melts. Like, this is what, like... The difference in difficulty is massive between this and normal mode, and also for someone who's, like, who just wants to have, like, explosions on the screen at all times, this is amazing.
All that I am belongs to the pursuit of creation. You chose to constrain yourself. I must climb to the heights only understood by gods.
Only understood by
I go
gods.
now to join them.
Wolf, you are greater than any of them. Please, help me.
He's too afraid of the blight to do anything but end her pain.
I am so sorry I failed you. There is only one way I can help you now.
Wolf.
This place and the corruption within it must be eradicated. No trace can be allowed to spread. Go. Your work here is done. There is no need for you to witness what I must do.
I wonder if him being bald is a choice that he made.
It's over.
Or do elves have male
Solus
pattern
destroyed
baldness
the
as well?
lab, the blight that was here, and his agent.
I'm sure he sees some greater good. The people in his way to get there, not as much.
This fragment might tell us more.
Finally! This is the place I was trying to find my way up to earlier. He is old, yes. Excuse me.
I wish I could breathe fire. I don't know, just feels like the kind of thing that could be useful.
I knew that you would find me soon enough. You need the power of a god. The strength that I alone still carry.
The blighted Evanuris will soon break free from their prison. I must make a stronger one that can contain them.
While the prison is important, it is not the only goal you seek.
Why should I not tear down the veil and bring back immortality to all the elven people? They deserve it.
The elven people of today do not deserve to see the world they love be torn apart to salve your conscience.
I must fix what I have broken. I am sorry.
As am I, old friend.
Solus killed Mythal? After all that? Is this another memory from a different time?
No. He wore that same outfit in the Inquisition. We knew Solus woke up in this world without most of his power. Now we know how he got it back.
By killing the only other god around and stealing her power.
All that epic magic and godly power. In the end, it comes down to love and murder. Same as always.
Same as everywhere.
All these memories are about Solus being sad that he was right and nobody else could see it. He was right about how becoming elves would lead to war with the Titans, but Mythal wouldn't listen.
He was right that using the dagger on the Titans was evil, but Mythal wouldn't listen.
He was so proud when he imprisoned the other gods. Finally, he got to prove that he was right and they were wrong.
Then he wakes up in our time and finds out he was wrong. The elves have nothing. The blight's a constant threat.
And Mythal's alive, somehow. But she still won't listen.
But this time, he'll show her. No matter what it takes.
So, how does everything we know help us now?
He's being honest about fighting the blight. Whatever happens, he won't risk letting it back out into the world.
Agreed. But he has a plan to escape that prison, and not one we'll like.
Yeah!
He turned on
Totally
Mythal,
true.
the one person he was actually loyal to. There's no way he won't turn on us.
He's a spirit, or was once. He might be able to possess someone, affect minds, all the
Welcome
things
aboard,
spirits
guys.
do.
He created the veil. His very nature is tied to it. That will be a source of strength, but also a potential weakness.
Mythal has him all messed up. Anything about her or Elgernon is gonna make him angry. Sloppy.
Solus thinks he knows what's best for everyone. Anything he does, he'll do while telling himself he's the hero.
That gives us something to start from. Elgernon and Gillenane are the two big problems right now. But when Solus makes his move, we'll be ready.
You have witnessed the Protector's tale, Dweller. Almost to its end.
Almost? How can there be more?
When the mighty fall, their echoes cross the ages. An audience is warranted. Speak with your visitor.
This is the big reveal that we got with Morrigan. I remember this. I don't think there's any... Yep, definitely have a conversation with Harding. No, they 100% all deserve to die, Petite. 100%. I have no sympathy for the Elven gods, and I think they all deserve to be wiped off the face of existence. Like, they're evil, 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 evil creatures, evil beings, every single one of them. Even Mythal has massive
Harding?
Oh,
issues.
Rook,
and she's
hi.
like the lesser
Is
evil
there
of
something
all
you
of
need?
them.
Balara made snacks. Seemed like you could use one. Food always makes me feel better.
I could use some cheering up, actually.
It's Solus's memory, isn't it?
They stole Titan blood to walk the world like humans. And when the Titans didn't like that, they just took their spirits. Should I be angry or sad? Why aren't I angrier? It's a lot to handle.
I'd feel like punching Solus.
It's strange. I don't hate Solus for this, even though a part of me thinks I should. I don't even want
I
revenge.
can't wait to kick his ass at the end of this playthrough.
Too much is at stake. We all know that. The Inquisitor, you. I know it's not about the past. It's about the future. But I just want to talk. As equals. I wonder if he's even capable. Solus was always distant. Guess it's hard to react when a magic rock's talking at you. Anyway, thanks for checking on me. I'll be alright.
I know. You're Lace Harding, child of Titans. You can handle anything.
Oh, shut up.
Alright. Nobody else? Nobody else.
Well met, Rook.
Well met, Morrigan. Am I gonna punch on Mythal this run? I probably should, just so that I can see a different, you know, since I'm on a different playthrough, just to, you know, kick her ass. No, I'm not going to try
How
that
did you get
Dragon
here?
for a While Death comic.
I
'Cause it's
did
level
tell
50.
you I had my ways through Illuvians
I'm
when
only
I
like level
introduced you to
31
the
or something.
Inquisitor, did I not?
The Illuvians in general, yes, but not the Dreadwolf's Crossroads.
I would think you have more pressing questions at the moment. Questions about Solus and Mythal?
Mythal?
The two gods have always been linked, have they not? First, when Mythal bade her companion spirit to abandon the Fade and take on mortal form. Then, when Solus spilled Mythal's mortal blood, that he might absorb her power as his own.
Wait, how do you know exactly what we saw of Solus's past?
Think upon it, Rook. You saw for yourself in the Dreadwolf's memories. When Mythal stood against the gods' manipulations of the Blight, she was betrayed and struck down. Yet she survived and returned ages later to aid the Inquisition in its hour of need. How?
So, if Mythal was originally a spirit, maybe that's how she survived her body's death.
Very good. Mythal was a spirit turned elven. And when her body was struck down, to spirit she returned. Her essence sheltered in a willing mortal vessel. Over the centuries, she journeyed from host to host, slowly amassing her former power anew. Until once again, she was struck down, on this occasion, by Solus. He absorbed her power, but not her memories.
Then where did they... Wait. You?
As you say.
If your Mythal returned in Morrigan, We need your help with fighting the gods.
And here I am, as you may notice. But there is something I must make clear.
What? That was like how Elgranon and Gillenane can talk in your head, but...
'Twas Mythal you heard, her echoes. Yet I am not the goddess returned.
What are you then?
I once feared Mythal would consume me were I to carry her, but 'twas not so. I remained free-willed and mortal. What I now possess is but a spark of Mythal, shadowed memories through which to sift for meaning. As to our admixture, I suspect you have questions.
You didn't come out here just to tell me you're Mythal.
I am not Mythal in her entirety, but yes, the Dreadwolf has occasion to visit you in dreams, where he portions out advice. And now, after finding his memories, you have peered into his deepest sorrows. Tell me then, what do you make of Solus?
Well, Solus killed the Titans, destroyed the ancient elves, and wants to ruin this world to bring back his one. But he'll always make sure you hear just how sad he is about all the murder.
If that is how you see him, perhaps the Dreadwolf's words have not served as well as he might wish.
I'll say.
'Tis not malice which made Solus your opponent, but conviction, a belief that only he may halt what he set in motion. Yet Solus was once beloved of Mythal. 'Tis his very loyalty and love for his people that led to the tragedy we now face. You may be in a position to determine how it ends, more so than either of you might realize.
If that's what it takes.
Such determination. Have you not even a tremor of doubt?
Nope.
Wouldn't do me any good.
If you would shape the outcome of your battle, I've one last secret to share. When Mythal was struck down by the other gods, it was with her own lyrium dagger, the dagger you now carry. Solus recovered it from Elganon, and from it extracted a fragment of Mythal that had lain hidden within its depths. This fragment, a younger sister to the one I carry, if you will, resides here, in the crossroads. I can open the way for you. Find her, survive the encounter, and the essence you obtain will aid you in times to come.
Copy that.
I'll survive. What do I need to know?
You know Solus, and have seen Elganon, and memories of Mythal. They are creatures of emotion, as all spirits are. The fragment of Mythal that resides in me lived among mortals for thousands of years. She has grown wiser and more patient. This younger sister has not. She is the essence of Mythal as a god. She is unlikely to listen to polite requests, and though she is but a fragment of the goddess, the battle will test you sorely.
If she's just going to attack us, why tell us about her at all? We have enough enemies already.
A fragment of a god's essence is a powerful thing. It may give you options against Elganon and Gillenane, or against the Dreadwolf himself, should he prove as cunning and treacherous as ever.
Thank you for the information, Morrigan.
There is one more thing, if I may. Something whispered not by myself, but Mythal. The elves have learned many of the glories and horrors of ancient Elvenon. Yet your people live in this world now as the old elves never could. Know it as they could not. There is your strength. 'Tis why you shall surpass what came before one day.
Did Mythal see this? Is it a prediction?
A hope from a mother to her distant children, no less beloved than any before them.
Oh, hang on, guys. Alright, guys. I don't know what Chris... That was the delivery guy. Chris told me to be on the lookout for something, so I'm going to open this up and figure out what's inside. I can't believe I actually heard the doorbell. Normally I can't hear shit, but I had the volume turned down just so I could kind of hear things. What did she order? Oh, it's wrapped in something. I don't know what this is. Well, at least gotta send her a message that her package arrived. I was gonna open it up completely, but it's wrapped up inside as well, so I have no clue what this is. Well, now I can go back to listening to my volume at normal. I don't know what that is. Alright, let me put that out in the room, and then I'll be back. Actually, before we fight this dragon, everybody, I'm going to take 10. It might be less than 10. But I need to go outside and see if I can't get Mary to come back in because it's lunchtime for the cats. And I just need to do a round of everything. Make sure all the chickens are good. Make sure everything's locked down. I got homestead stuff I got to pay attention to, so... Maybe about 10 minutes. All right. Found Mary. She was on the roof. Not in the woods, but she is down and inside now. Everybody's had lunch. Pippin's still sleeping, so I don't have to take her to the box or change her bandages yet. Hey, wow, we're actually surpassing. It's always interesting when I see fluctuations like this. We're actually surpassing our Twitch viewership right now is surpassing our YouTube viewership, which is always interesting when that happens. Interesting. We have peak times as well sometimes with different people on different times of the week. It's a good thing. There's always the potential. You never know. Maybe one day I'll only stream on Twitch. That'll be a long time if that ever happens. Most days there's no comparison because I've got 41,000 plus on YouTube and only 2,100 plus on Twitch. There's 4 years on one channel, 1 year on the other channel. You just normally you can't compare the two. But it does depend on the game. It depends on the day. It depends on the hour. Like as an example, when I did EVE Online,
we're getting close.
God, that was like 2 years ago. Like I would get like 60 people watching on Twitch and only like 15 on YouTube. So it was really weird to see that happen. It's like 11:30 in the morning my time.
That has to be her.
We talking or fighting?
I think we're gonna fight is what we're gonna do.
You are Rook. I have seen you and your companions. I never again expected to see my children in the Dreadwolf's crossroads. And you know who I am.
I do know who you are.
Mythal.
Joe Kikatella over on YouTube said, just saw another video from Legacy Killa HD trying so hard to say Dragon Age Veilguard is failing.
He drew me from the dagger that
Love watching these clowns throw their old man, throw their man-child tantrums.
I cannot return to the world, and even the true fade is denied me. All I can do is watch. Have you come to seek the blessing of your god? Or did you come to ask your god to sacrifice herself to help you defeat the monsters Elganon and Gillenane have become?
Hang on, I gotta read something here. So here's an example, like someone just tried to say, so I did a YouTube short this morning about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and I was like, this looks amazing, and somebody just was like, is there anything this guy doesn't like? Right? And I was like, my response was, yeah, check out my first impressions playlist, because there's a lot of games there that I don't care for unless they don't get a full play series or a stream series. It's not that hard to find. It's right there on my main page. There's plenty of games that I don't like. But I'm not going to go out there and wish failure on a game, and I'm not going to I don't really, generally speaking, I don't even talk about sales numbers around games. I did talk about it for this game when we were going into the launch because I thought it was hilarious because you had all of the people wanting BioWare to go away as a company and trying to claim that the game was failing, and yet it was like #1 on PlayStation, #1 on Xbox, #1 on Steam, and they were like, it's not even on the, it's failing, it's not even selling. It's like, it's #1 on Steam, and that's my #1 all time after all these years of doing it. My #1 all time YouTube short for the most downvotes ever is my YouTube short talking about how this game was #1 bestseller on Steam. It has an 18% rating, which means 70+% people downvoted that video, and it has like 15,000 views because so many people were upset that it was #1 best-selling game on Steam. Now, obviously, that only lasted for a few days because no game stays at the top forever. But there's all this controversy around the game, hasn't done this, that, or the other, and it doesn't really matter at all. Like, they've already moved on to Mass Effect. There's no DLC for this game. There was never a planned DLC for this game. Anyone claiming that there was a DLC for this game and that it got canceled because the game didn't do well doesn't actually pay attention. EA has investor reports, which are public knowledge. You can actually listen to the investor calls. It's public information. They have talked about for years how they were never making a DLC. It was just going to go from this game into Mass Effect. Like, EA and BioWare, it's up to them to whether or not they publish sales numbers or not. Oh, but all these other games publish sales numbers as soon as a game does great sales. The fact that they aren't publishing it means that the game is failing. Maybe they're just choosing not to release those numbers. Maybe the numbers aren't as strong as they wanted, and so they're like, meh, doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, they're moving on to the next project. But the other thing to think about with the Dragon Age franchise is that it has always been a slow burner series that sells over time, not out of the gate. So it's a every day, Joe Skicatella, every day you're going to see videos like that continue to come out because people really want to be able to have the justification of being like, I was right. See, it's another Conquered. It's another Dustborn. See, I was right. Yeah, I'm playing it. I'm having fun. That's all that I care about. All right. Die, false god.
You are not my god, and I am done talking to you.
Ungrateful child. You would not be here had I not waded through fire and blood to give the Elven a future. You desire the essence of a god and think you deserve it. Then take it if you can!
From one mage to another. Kiss my ass.
Everyone, get ready!
Here we go.
I like Tash. Oh, did you really just interrupt me, bitch? She's 45. I do not see myself surviving this encounter. Maybe, we'll see.
Ready when you are.
Come on. Yeah, do your big AoE. Yep. There's the ads. AoE them down. Oh, go, 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 go. Boom. Boom.
Things ready.
Here's the big AoE, and then the ad spawns are gonna come. Okay, here's the ads.
Ready.
Maybe this time there's no ads. Alright. Well, there we go. We got her.
I'm good.
Piece of cake.
Well, that's done.
Tash, my darling. Couple of skill points. Where are we gonna put those? We're gonna put them over here. What about you, Nev? Nothing? Alright. Alright. Now give up that essence, biatch. Alright, there's probably some chests around here too, if I remember correctly.
We have it. The essence of Mythal the Protector. It burns just being near it. But this is the power we need to finish this.
Proof that they're
Great.
not gods.
So what do we do with it?
They're just mages.
I think the moment is coming. When we can turn the tide, we'll know.
Now, notice that because we did it this way, I didn't get the sword. So I'm guessing the only way to get the sword is if you do the conversation option. Because she sure as shit didn't give me anything that time. So I'm guessing that's the only way to get that weapon. Interesting. Very interesting. So it's like a bonus for beating her conversation. Yeah, it's like a, yeah, icing on the cake. Dude, I still have that. I used it all the way to the end game. It's an awesome weapon. It's like, I don't care what your resists are, Mr. Boss Mob, Mr. Whatever. I've got this weapon that's going to do every other bit of damage that you're not resistant to. No. Like, I still have yet to find an item that my mage would actually want to use. Okay, well, that's that. Back to the lighthouse. Alright, looks like it's time to actually progress the main storyline a bit. Finally! After 6.5 hours of doing side quests today, we're ready to actually move the main quest a little bit.
How fares your battle?
The gods are moving against Weishaupt and the Grey Wardens. I've heard rumors the Darkspawn are being led by an archdemon.
And you have questions?
I need to know how archdemons relate to the gods. Are they just like the Blighted Dragons, or are they something else? I also need to know how to deal with the gods if they show up at Weishaupt.
I propose a bargain. I will answer your question if you answer mine.
What?
How are the Grey Wardens? Do they understand the truth of the danger yet?
You know I could just lie to you, right?
Indeed. But the truth is merely recalled, while a lie must be constructed. Knowing you would expend the effort to construct that lie rather than answer truthfully would tell me a great deal.
The First Warden refuses to listen.
As I feared.
I tried diplomacy. I tried being firm. Nothing worked.
When I asked you why you should be trusted to lead the fight, you said you were no stranger to fighting stronger opponents. That sufficed for me. But the Grey Wardens fight dark.
I really don't care if it suffices for
foes
you.
no one else can stand against. They see themselves as the best prepared for this battle. You cannot defeat Elganan and Gillenane without the Wardens.
Right, Joe?
What will you do to bring them to your
But
side?
it's a linear game. It's not open world.
All I can really do is keep trying to get through to them.
Have you ever ridden home in a wagon and felt the streets go from paved to dirt beneath the wheels? The horse is slow, and everything grows quiet as you're near home. What do you call that feeling?
I don't really have a word for it.
No, you do not. Elganan destroyed that emotion. He burned it from the mind of every living being. There were spirits of that feeling, just as there are spirits of joy, or fear, or despair. I beg to fight.
What happened to them?
They waited too long. Without the emotion in this world to focus on, they faded until nothing remained. When you grow quiet, it is a part of your soul reaching for a feeling and finding emptiness. Because I failed.
I understand. I'm not going to fail.
How? What will you do?
I can't force the First Warden to listen. I have to let the Wardens try it their way.
And how many Wardens will die before the First Warden realizes his mistake?
I've done everything I can to reason with him.
I once warned an elven village that Gillenane was coming and they were in danger. They would not listen. I had to watch as their bodies twisted, as their shrieks turned into the grunting of animals. Their eyes were the worst part. They were still aware. They knew what had been done to them. I gained little peace from knowing that I had tried to warn them. Is that what you hoped for?
No. I have to find a way to get through to them.
Then what will you do?
I don't have to convince all of them. I just have to convince the First Warden.
Or remove him.
Enjoyable as that is to imagine, I doubt the rest of the Wardens would approve.
Did you know the Evanurus once numbered many more than those whose names survived in the Elven Pantheon? One warlord was particularly cruel. I sought to free his slaves, but so fearsome was his reputation that none would join me.
What did you do?
I made people laugh at him.
How did that help?
For 12 years. Every sound near him, from whispered pleas to shouted oaths to crackling fire, all became mocking laughter. His mind broke under the ridicule, and when he fell, his slaves rose up and joined me.
I doubt laughter is going to work on the First Warden.
If not that, then what?
It all leads to whatever is necessary.
Whatever it takes.
Easily said. But it will have to be enough for now. You have answered my question, and I owe you an answer in return.
Yes. The old gods of Tevinter. The archdemons.
There never were Tevinter gods. The archdemons, as you call them, were always merely the weapons of the Evanuris.
Alright, let's hope we can find the gods before they find their weapons.
Unfortunately, the Dragon Thrall's life force is bound to the Evanuris as both power and protection. You will not be able to kill or likely even harm one of the Evanuris until their Dragon Thrall is slain.
It says a lot about these talks that kill an archdemon is the easy part.
It will not be easy. But you are this world's only hope. I would not suggest this path if I did not believe you could succeed.
Help me, Obi-Wan Rook. You're my only hope.
In me.
Even with their dragons dead, the Evanuris are powerful and well protected. You will need to use my dagger, the one you recovered. It can pierce their enchantments and strike them down.
Alright. Kill the archdemons, then use the dagger to take down the gods.
Even a single opportunity to strike the Evanuris down will be rare, fleeting, and costly. You will not have another chance to catch them unawares. When you strike, you must be fully prepared.
By the way, guys, I've realized that this yellow shirt does not look good on a green screen. My wife bought it for me. I'm wearing it. Alright. Probably got some quests. Nope. I gotta go straight to Weishaupt. I can see some flickering. Because it's the filter trying to figure out what to do with it, because it's a weird, like, in-between green and other stuff. It's a nice shirt. What does it say? I paused my game for this. No, I paused my game to be here is what it says. I paused my game to be here. Like, I'm always going to wear the shit my wife orders me. But there are definitely certain colors that work better on stream than others. All right, Weishaupt. This is a big moment. I have to take Davrin. Oh man. Well, I'm definitely taking Tash. Yeah, it's too close to green.
Everyone suit up. All hands for this one.
Still can't believe it. They're attacking Weishaupt? The Warden's unprepared for that.
The gods are going straight for the throat, unless we cut theirs first.
Just get me close enough.
With pleasure.
Time to see what this letter opener can do.
Who gets to tell the first Warden we're dropping in?
I was hoping to skip that part.
They got an alluvian in storage down in the vault. It was a gift from the Dalish.
Ours should go right to it. Probably. I think.
Let's get to it then. We sneak into Weishaupt nice and quiet. No one sees us. We look around for Antoine and Evka.
Was there a plan after that?
Take out a god. End this today.
Oh, I gotta remember to set an alarm for tonight. Hang on. 6 p.m. I got a meeting tonight with our World of Warcraft officer crew. Talking raid stuff.
Ah, crap. They moved the alluvian.
That's not good.
It didn't break.
You call that nice and quiet?
Sorry. Catch up when you can.
Don't spawn outside.
I think I might need to do some rearrangement of Davrin's stuff.
In Weishaupt?
Just outside.
Because I haven't done anything with his skills. Companions. Davrin. buddy old pal. You're focused on, at the moment, only death from above. And I kind of don't care because I know I'm going to sacrifice him. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to sacrifice Harding this time around, right? Yeah, we definitely need the bird ability, which we have. Alright, yeah, I'm fine with all that stuff. Oops. No, I'm cool with that.
Hide the door.
Stay out of sight,
Mila.
Sit tight, Mila. We'll be back.
Alright. Time for Weishaupt.
Clear him out.
Don't let them near the girl.
They got here fast.
I got here faster.
Got them all.
At least it wasn't ogres.
You know your darkspawn.
My dad's a blacksmith for the Wardens. Who are you?
Rook, we're here to help. Do you know Antoine and Evka?
Probably in the war room. I can show you.
Hey guys, bioware used child actors. Oh no, they're a horrible company. They're using minors to do their voice acting. Someone report them.
Oh, damn.
Because we gotta find new reasons why bioware is bad and evil.
Took a lot down with them.
Make sure we invent something new. Ah, that wagon wheel.
Hey, Mila. When did the Darkspawn show up?
Just a while ago. They started climbing the walls.
You should stay here.
I can't. I need to find my dad.
There's worse than Darkspawn on the way.
And walls won't hold it back.
I wonder what else we could invent while we're thinking about it. If you fear the shadows, you will always find something in them.
Grey wolves. I wield the power of the blight.
That was a cool, the dragon like spiraling downwards. Oh shit.
Face the finest child of the gods.
Get ready, kids.
That's gotta be Gillimane's dragon.
Well, that's why I have you with me, Tash.
We have to get inside.
The war room isn't far.
Stick close, Mila.
Splitting headache, but I'll make it.
How you doing, Mila?
Don't worry about me.
This plan just went to shit. How's Lucanus gonna kill a cloud with a dagger?
One thing at a time. For now, let's not die out here.
A lot of darkspawn down there. Is Weishaupt gonna hold?
It's never fallen before, and it won't today.
Witness my most perfect creation. Powerful, quick, and I have returned much of her cunning. My creation's power is greater than any weapon you possess.
Whenever you're ready.
New points for Davrin. Oops. Ooh, I have a new point to spend too for me. Oh, it says I'm in combat. I can't spend the point.
The final blight is upon you, Wardens.
The war room's ahead.
You'll be safe there.
I need to find my dad.
By yourself?
There's places to hide. Darkspawn won't find me.
Alright, Davrin, you've got 2 points to spend.
Good luck.
Archdemons attacking the north wall.
Signal of retreat. Fall back to the trap.
Can't see the signal fires through the smoke.
Try the horns.
The Archdemon's too loud.
No one's retreating.
There's no choice, sir. We're under siege. We have to fall back to the dragon trap.
Forget the trap. Send word to Commander Janos. Rally outside the wall.
Janos is dead.
Rook, what are you doing here?
Trying to save your ass.
Yours will rot in the dungeon. Arrest them.
No, you need to listen to them. We are under attack by a god.
Do you hear yourself? There's no such thing. Stop finding excuses to be a coward. We'll stop the enemy outside the walls.
The enemy is outside the window.
Grey Wardens don't hide in our castle. I won't ask good soldiers to turn tail and run. We're an army of steel, holding back the blight. Order every blade out of Weishaupt.
We'll all die, sir.
That's an order, Warden.
Can't say I didn't try.
No! Listen to Rook. That's an order.
Feels good. Every time. I'm never
Okay,
gonna not
Warden.
choose to punch that
I
fucker in the
assume
throat.
you have a plan.
This dragon trap. Tell me about it.
That's
It
how
was
you
built
deal with
900 years ago
trolls.
to stop an archdemon.
BAM!
Get down! Where's the trap?
Other side of the fortress, but it's never been used.
It only has to work once. Let's go! All right. This is about to get a lot worse. You ready?
Have to be. It's us or nobody. Got him. Now let's get past this blight.
Where's the trap?
Far enough, we'll have to fight our way to it.
Oh, there's a
We have to
chest
get
up
through
there.
It's the only way.
Warden, hang on!
Well, I know there's something that happens because of us punching him in the face, Joe. I don't know what the other outcome is. My gut reaction is like, I don't know that I'll ever speak respectfully to that asshole ever. I mean, I suppose it'll, you know, whenever I do a fighter playthrough, it'll be as a Grey Warden, so maybe I'll make a different decision then, but he's such an asshole.
What's the horde?
Calling reinforcements to the east battlements.
Where are we?
The east battlements.
We are the reinforcements.
Really? What just knocked me off?
There's too many of them. We can't take them all ourselves.
Not trying to. Just need to trap that archdemon. Push ahead. We have to keep moving.
Okay. We're clear for now.
Keep moving.
Hold up, I don't think I want to be over here quite yet. There's something over here. Oh, hang on. Neighbor's dog's going ape shit. Wow. Those are some... Why so spicy? I'm glad I came back over here.
Time to improvise. Maybe that ballista can help.
Got a lot of crap on it. Ballista'd be useful against a normal dragon.
It won't even scratch an archdemon.
There, we can get through.
So can the darkspawn. Heads up!
I mean, I think I killed him with one shot.
Fight what you call the blight. Pointless. It was always ours to control.
2 hordes. What have we got?
The outer defenses have been breached. Evka must be ordering a retreat. We're getting close. We'll cut across the wall.
If this is the wall, it's gone.
There's another way to the trap. Through the library. Takes longer, but it'll get us there.
Let's do it.
Got a plan for when the first warden wakes up?
Hoping he won't.
Not be here.
Attacked him pretty hard.
He'll have bigger problems on his hands than us. There, across the way. That's the library. We'll go down through the barracks to get there.
Better than being exposed on the walls. Yeah, I know. Maybe we should get back on the wall.
Yeah, we're not getting back on the wall.
It's coming from the gate.
Sounds like 10,000 darkspawn knocking.
Got them all.
Go! Before the army shows up.
Destroy that blight, or there'll be no end to these darkspawn.
The gate's 2 minutes from firewood.
Chesty! Oh! Ow, it's a fire staff. Ooh, I need an upgrade for my ice staff, and it would be great if I could find like an actual red staff.
Look! Up here!
Emmerich! We're trying to find a way out of this.
The torch will lead the way. Be mindful of the darkspawn.
Copy that.
See you soon. You hear that? Must be the bell tower.
That's not far.
Oh, I guess we're going up this way.
I still can't believe there's darkspawn inside White's House. Right here's where I took my vows to fight.
Say your vows don't matter anymore, buddy.
These assholes ever give up?
Only if we kill Gillenane.
Die now! Watch for ranged attack! Watch it! Got another one coming through the wall.
He's pretty big.
Pretty big. It's all good.
That did it.
The bell's still ringing. Let's get there.
I don't think there's any loot I'm leaving behind. Yeah, there's something over here. Ding, ding, ding.
There, the bell tower ahead. We can get out of this mess.
No!
Hang in there. We'll find another way.
What do we do?
I don't know, but we don't quit. There's a way out of this mess somewhere.
Library's not far. It'll put us right next to the dragon track. There's still a chance.
Oh, we got this. I'm not worried. Nah.
Well, keep moving. The others run ahead. Fingers crossed for another way out.
Okay.
Library's not far.
Oh boy.
We can do this.
Yeah, well, let's find out.
Cold cities, sinking hope. Your blood knows you'll die here. Your tactics are primitive, old patterns, desperate thoughts. None will save you. Your blighted blood is fine material.
Last one's down.
What I craft from your corpses.
We really need to shut her up.
You think? How?
We can't do anything about Gillenane until the archdemon's dead. She's invulnerable.
Alright, I don't think I found that fetch quest yet, Joe.
Rook! Lucanus! Hurry! Open the gate!
I wouldn't advise it.
Just do it!
Eyes up.
It's not a fetch quest, it's a hidden quest? Okay. Well, I might have missed it.
But if I'm still standing, you've got to fight. Now die!
She can handle it. We have to get out of here.
3 horns? What's 3 horns mean?
Means we make our last stand.
Oh, this thing's covered. I don't see a way to get to that chest. Yeah, I helped Treviso, so probably not.
Not anymore. Back! Back!
Go back!
There is no back!
Hey, up here!
We're coming! Mila, you're a lifesaver.
Darkspawn almost had you for lunch.
Well, let's not hang around for dinner. Come on.
Hey, Mila, you find your dad yet? Okay, keep looking. You'll find him.
I just don't want him to be afraid.
Nope. Well, I did use the kinship armor on my first playthrough, but it's not rogue. It's not mage appropriate.
We're here. Quick, inside the library.
Watch it! Darkspawn!
Let him down! We can't get stuck out here.
Coming our way!
Let him try. I'm good at killing those.
Darkspawn! The Great Wardens hide! Tear them from their tower!
Watch out! Mila! Find somewhere safe to hide!
I'll be over here!
The ghouls are back!
Persistent bastards!
They're trying to hit the library!
Not before we do! Stop them!
Ready for you. The door's locked. Stuck out here.
Then we make our last stand if we have to!
Last stand.
Rob! In here! Come on!
We're coming! We're coming!
Close it! Close it! Close it!
Still breathing. Guess you're alive?
A little bit.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
If this door doesn't hold, all bets are off.
What about the dragon trap?
The trap will work.
Booyah!
Take it from a blacksmith. You set it off and get out of the way.
Dad!
Dada!
I told you not to get lost.
Hope she wasn't too much trouble.
Nah.
The right kind of trouble. She saved our butts.
Anytime.
The real problem is getting that dragon to land.
Lucanus, the dagger. I guarantee this'll get Gillian's attention.
Frodo. You
She
waking up,
sends
buddy?
the archdemon after me. We trap it, Davrin kills it, and Lucanus, you take your shot.
Just like that.
Just like that.
It could work.
More likely you'll die trying.
If I don't try, a lot more people will die. Today, then tomorrow. It won't end.
Right. Then let's do this. While the Warden still listened to me.
Evka, you're alive.
The Blight and I had a
Yeah, ain't nothing
little
taking her.
disagreement.
Yeah, the Blight and I
I'll
had a
rally the others.
disagreement. Ain't nothing
Someone
taking her
decked
down.
the first Warden and left me in charge.
I was practicing for an arch. Let's get to it.
I know a way to the trap.
Up, up, down. Recovered from Ostagar, the adjoining chalice. Those who know, know. Seriously. Those who know, know.
Wow, what happened to this place?
Gillinane.
She's infecting everything.
Let's just find our way through this mess.
Should be a door on the other side. That'll put us
Yeah,
in
the
trouble.
voice actor for Duncan just passed.
Clear out this blight first.
Man, was it this year or last year? It was pretty recently.
Hey, what happens after we trap the archdemon? A Grey Warden kills it?
It's true. And die doing it.
What?
It's complicated. But every warden is prepared for the sacrifice. I'm ready.
To die? But...
Who knows? Maybe they'll hang my portrait in here someday.
It's not over yet.
Will be soon enough.
What about Lucanus? Is he still supposed to kill Gillinane? What? Is the archdemon's dead?
That's why we came here.
But she's still way up there.
One impossible thing at a time.
One impossible thing at a time.
That should do it. Let's get out there.
Did I finally get something to upgrade? Yeah, I did. Finally, something for my cold ice mage. Something for my cold ice heart. Oh,
There's
I
a
need
way
to, I'll be right back. Need to check on Pippin. Alright, yeah, she's still sleeping. Yeah, Peter ran a day. Passed on September 8th, 2024. Yeah, it was pretty recently. Yeah, I remembered it being like, I couldn't remember if it was this year, but it was like, yeah, September, so really recently. 89 years old. Yeah, the two I remember him from were Dragon Age Origins and Assassin's Creed, the first Assassin's Creed game. Because he was like the old man, I can't remember the name of that character, but from the first Assassin's Creed game, who like guides you to the first apple of Eden. And you start to learn that, oh, this is not going to be like a typical like history-based game. It's going to be like science fiction. Alright, Pippin is still asleep, so I think I'm good to go for a little while longer yet. I probably am going to take a break in a little bit, guys. We're about 7 hours in right now. At some point, I will probably need to take a break just so that I can go do chores around the house. And because that'll probably be, that's like 30 minutes to an hour, I might just take a break at that point and then come back this afternoon later on. Because I am home alone today, so I got nothing else going on, so...
There! That griffin statue! I'll get Gillidane's attention!
We'll get you there!
Behold, an archdemon's wrath!
We're not there yet, though. I'm kind of trying to wait until Pippin wakes up and needs to do stuff. Because she'll need to have her bandages changed.
Your fortress crumbles! My creation will not be denied!
But she's still sleeping in the chair, so... And I gotta go out and check the chickens and make sure they've all got water. Check for eggs. Probably take a shower too. I gotta get this streamer stank off me.
And now, I die. Hey, Gillinade! Come down here and fight!
The Dreadful's knife! Retreat!
Ah, crap.
So cool, man. Here we go, kids.
Davrin.
Give Hassan a hug for me.
Stand down, Warden. My war, my glory.
Wardens were killed on your watch. If you want to die to make up for that, be my guest.
Wasn't asking your permission. As supreme authority of Whiteheart, I hereby declare this blight at an end.
Racing heart, ragged race, a
Waste of useful blood.
Lassa, Hedley, Galara. Renata, Melas.
What the crap is that?
The real archdemon.
That's not a dragon. What did she do to her dragon?
We have to kill it. Gillenad's invulnerable until we do.
Kill it how?
Kill it with fire, that's how.
Witness a warden's blood to battle. I think too much. Return!
Yeah, game over, Joe.
What's it doing?
We spooked Gillenade. Maybe she wants to talk.
Yeah, more like phase 2.
I think we're wearing it down.
My creation has many.
Come on, that's Botchadon! Watch it!
Power of flesh is limitless. New forms to be perfected, new appetites to be sated.
They're behind you!
Blood pulsing, starved for flesh. She will consume you all. Wounded, but heart untouched. Avenger!
That's right. I think it's time you left, Gillenade. You can't win this.
This is so much satisfying on easy mode, because I did this the hard way the first time, and this is like, yawn, just kill the bitch. I freaking love it.
Full-blooded, tear the wood. Return to me.
Sooner the trap would be the easy part.
It's Gillenade's last stand. We can do this.
More of that.
Consume their flesh. Shatter their bones. Strike them down. You will die here, quick also.
Devrin, kill it.
Trophy. I need a trophy.
Now, Lucanus, finish her. Let's go!
Give me another shot.
Too late! Back to the Illuvian! Is it working?
I hope so.
Best odds all day!
Best odds all day. I hope so. No, this is not God mode, but this is story mode, excuse me, Joe. I'm reading Bubbalini's chat.
Evka sent word.
I
Last
was
of the
playing it
civilians
on
made it to
level
Lavendel.
2, but then
Janos
yesterday
and
I
his
just said, you
people
know
held
what,
the
I'm just
line
going
long enough
to
for
knock it
them
all
to
the way down to
escape
story mode.
Weishaupt.
I don't need any challenge left. I
Wardens
just want to do the
are in
story at this
Lavendel
point.
too.
It's not
What's
quite
left of them, you mean?
God mode, but it
Over
is
1,000.
easy mode.
That's how many fellow
Literally, I think it's
wardens
called
I had.
Storyteller.
And now, one god, one archdemon. That's all it took to nearly wipe out our entire order.
I promise you, Davrin, we'll make Gillenane pay for every warden she killed. Every child left
Because I
alone.
played on normal
There will
mode the
be a
first time,
reckoning.
and I fucking
How?
died so many times.
We all saw what she did.
And then even on like level
That's
2, I
beyond
was
our-
dying yesterday, and I said, you know what? I don't want to die anymore.
We killed her archdemon, though.
I put my little panties
That's
on.
something, isn't it?
I got my diapers
That's an
on. I
incredibly
just want, I
rare
want baby mode
accomplishment.
right now.
Yeah, after it turned into a snake monster with too many heads. Are all blighted dragons gonna do that? I don't know how to fight that.
Well, at least we've made Gillenane mortal.
Mortal or immortal, doesn't matter if we can't get close enough. We had our shot at her, and we missed.
Say what you mean, Davrin. I missed.
Nobody blames you for that, Lucanus.
Yeah? Maybe I do. This crow has a demon inside him, right?
Now, that's not...
How do we know we can trust him? Maybe the demon pulled his punches.
Okay, hold on. Now we're getting...
And you, Warden? What about the blight that runs through your veins? The same blight that Gillenane commands so effortlessly.
Just a moment, please.
Enough! Stop arguing. We've got no chance if we turn on each other. Chaos helps the gods and hurts this team. It will get us killed, one by one. So get it together. We need to figure out how to defeat them.
We're all in agreement on that point, Rook. But the question remains, how? We barely survived against one of the gods.
I nearly had her.
Nearly. But you and Spite are not of one mind, Lucanus. Fighting for control, it's no wonder you missed such a rare opportunity.
I think we've all been distracted.
I've been preoccupied myself after discovering that hand of glory.
And I can't stop worrying about my new magic and what it means.
The Nodists are fallen? What it means for my people?
Until those problems are resolved, we will not be prepared to face the gods. A moment of
Yeah,
inattention,
I've barely even
a
had to use
single
potions
lapse
since I put it on
could
story
prove
mode,
fatal.
Joe. Like it's
And the gods will
effectively.
allow no
I mean, I could turn
second
on
chances.
I could turn on.
He's
I could
right,
turn
Rook.
off death on this mode if I wanted to, but it's pretty effortless so far.
None of that matters if we can't find the gods. That's the first
It's
missing
definitely.
They've been difficult to track so far.
I love it
Then
personally.
we track
It's
the
like,
Darkspawn.
yay, just
They have
story.
to come from somewhere, right?
Big explosions,
Warden, can
everything
you contact
dies.
Evka?
Bleh,
Ask
it's
her to get
awesome.
some scouts on the Darkspawn. See where they
It's
go.
like I cast a magic
On it.
spell and like
As for the
15,
rest
20
of-
mobs
Look,
all die with one blast.
Nothing against Emmerich. He's right about needing focus.
Pretty awesome.
But what happened at Weishaupt? That was more than a distraction.
So is what happened to Minrathous. What the Venatori have done. What they're still doing.
These are more than distractions, Rook.
Either way, we all need to step back, clear our heads.
So, how do you think that went?
No one's at each other's throats, at least. Emmerich's right, though. Everyone on this team has some kind of unfinished business hanging over their heads.
That's the danger in recruiting competent people. They bring more interesting and complicated problems along with them. So go help, Rook. Support them. Solve those problems. And maybe start with Davrin and Lucanus. Or even Nev. She's taking Minrathous hard.
And the gods?
You've asked the Wardens to track them through the Darkspawn. That'll take time.
I should use that time to check in with the team.
Yes,
And
we
then
should.
I should go talk with Solus.
Better you than me. He'll want to know all about Gillenane, the archdemon,
Better you than
and
me?
why you only
What a
stopped one of them.
fucker.
You know, all this talking wears me out. I'm going to take a nap. See you later, kid. Good luck.
Yeah, someone was asking earlier about the Band-Aid. That's why I had a Band-Aid on. I got nailed last night. It's my fault for putting my hand in between two cats that were trying to kill each other. All right, we need to check in with everybody at this point. Complete your companion's quest will bring them closer to becoming a hero of the Veilguard. Reach this point in the journey once they are focused when it's time to defeat the gods. New quests become available as you advance experience. Start with having Veilguard conversations at the lighthouse. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Go have conversations with your team. Get on their good sides.
Hi, Rook. Can I ask you a question? Actually, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you're several lines ahead of me here. Let's start with me saying, Balara.
Right. Okay. It's just, you know, the elf thing. We're fighting our gods. Our gods. It feels a little surreal, and I know surreal.
Not like we had much of a choice.
Yeah.
So, what was your question?
I'm worried about our people. Or more like how other people see us. Maybe people don't trust us. Maybe they shouldn't.
Our gods aren't us. We can't judge people by their rulers, especially if those rulers are tyrants. Elves haven't been like that for centuries.
That feels too easy. Like we're not taking responsibility.
God,
And
the
I
more
don't
we
know,
talk about
I
more we
feel
talk about Mass
guilty
Effect, the more I'm like,
anytime I think about it.
oh, Mass Effect.
So who's that
playthrough.
helping?
Mass Effect.
Who's what
Legendary
helping?
playthrough.
Feeling guilty.
Well, no one, I guess, but then what should I do?
Well, fighting two of the elven gods feels like a good start.
I wish that felt like enough. Like we were making up for, well, everything. But can we even do that? After what our people did?
The Evaneras did those things, and they did them to our people.
Yeah. It's hard. All of it's hard. But I feel better. A little bit, anyways. Thanks for talking to me and listening to me.
I'm no bard, but I can talk. Glad it helped.
Well, you're good at it. See you later, Rook.
Perfect. All right, folks, that's a good stopping point for me to take a break for lunch, do my chores, make sure all the animals are on good behavior, not do anything they shouldn't be doing because I'm on solo homestead duty today. I will be back, and it depends on if I take a nap. I may take a nap. I don't know yet. If I don't take a nap, I'll be back within the hour. If I do take a nap, it'll be more like 3 or 4 o'clock when I'm live again. But Chris is not here, so I'm going to just play all day. I do have multiple videos that I'm going to cut out of this one. We have the Exodus overview. We've got a couple of Dragon Age Veilguard videos. So I'm going to go cut those out right now and publish something on YouTube here in the next 10-15 minutes. And then I'm going to go get lunch, check all the animals, make sure everything's good, and get all this stuff prepped for the YouTube videos. And then I'll be back here. Just stay tuned. Like social media, Twitch, YouTube, they all give notifications. Best place, as always, is Discord, because I do spam that streaming channel every time I'm live with the @everyone tag. So if you want 100% notifications when I go live, that's where you need to be. I will catch you guys later on today for more Dragon Age Veilguard as we continue our way through clearing a second playthrough ahead of Stalker 2, which we're going to be playing in just 7 days. So, see you guys in a bit.